Greetings, everyone. This is Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Uh, or Black Man Being Brutally Honest, however it goes tonight. Either way, I'm glad to be here, and I would like to apologize to those who regularly tune in of my absence last night. Ooh, I assure you, I try not to let that happen again. But I appreciate each and every one of you from week to week. So if you would just hit that like button on the way in, and if it's your first time here, hit the subscribe button, and I'll take Black People Aren't Stupid for $40. All right, let me explain that real quick. There's a lot of people that's been taking some cheesy routes lately as far as the space is concerned. This volatile space, this space that a lot of things happen in, this space. Instead of concentrating on what their product could be. And I do admit we have some sharp ones out here. But, we let the division of the space get in the way. So, let me help you guys understand one thing about where my position is, because I get called many names each week, and it's just simply because I just state the facts in a situation, or I give my point of view. And this may not necessarily be on YouTube, other facets of social media, but presents a widespread mentality, by the way. And just I don't know, is like this. It's like this. It's the same playbook. It's the same playbook over and over again. I've seen this playbook played many times before. It's the same playbook. It just seems like it's kind of just getting real strong in YouTube because of the back and forth, and it is a back and forth. It's not a group of men just complaining about women. These conversations are so back and forth, and what I tried to tell these two goofs one time, and I mean goof in a good way, is like this: there's too much of every narrative out there. It's too much of every narrative out there. Now, these are people I actually talk to. This is not me speaking from a chat. This is me being on a panel. I told those guys, look, there's too much shit coming from everybody's, every point of view to point out whose fault it is at this point. What's going to matter is who's going to walk away from it in the end, who's going to be the one left standing. And it's not like, this goofy gender war concept. I don't know. I named this Black Men Being Brutally Honest because, I believe that, black people will demonize that concept instantly. And it worked on Facebook, but YouTube is kind of a different category. It could go anywhere from a good reaction to me getting instantly blocked in chats. And that's just how it works. That's just how the world is. But I knew it would get this reaction. But back in 2017, by the time I got to YouTube, enough people heard about the Facebook group, and it just doesn't. And I'll be brutally honest about that. It just doesn't have its impact anymore. It's something that people have gotten used to. But what I do offer is for people to have a brutally honest perspective. Anyway. Because that's the only way that a lot of these conversations you guys keep complaining about are going to ever come to a head, because you can't have one side be quiet, which I understand that's not what many of you are trying to say, but it seems that way. And then the other side is just overwhelmingly. It's men and women. Now the other side, I'll clarify, the other side is I would say, if you want to put it in the gender war construct, I would say whoever sides with black men versus whoever sides with black women. I'll say it just like that, since y'all want people to break it down that way. And it seems like that the other side is much bigger. There's only a few guys over here, but it's many over there. I personally believe in the common sense conversation that doesn't break down in a shouting match. That's just how I am. And I know it makes people like me seem boring, but at the same time, I mean, what other way is there to go? Why don't we just give all our ideas and just see where the conversation goes? As long as they don't get too crazy. But I don't know. I think maybe we're not Sister George. Long live the habitual line steppers. What's going on? Art New Style TV. Peace. But you know, what I'm saying is whatever makes more sense. I know that by coming to this platform, and I've known this for years, as a black man, I'm going to have to repeatedly say, I don't hate black women. I don't hate black women. I don't see how anything that I've ever done on this channel would ever suggest that. But because even if I've named myself this wild shit, black men being brutally honest, they're going to assume that anyway. I've been asked a couple times, why didn't you just name it black people being brutally honest? I said I didn't want it to go that way. It was necessary that black men had some speaking place and some platform, but it was never meant to be counterproductive. I'll say that. All right. I don't believe, and I'll just go ahead and state this and stand on it. I don't believe that men should be talking about other men's junk, other men's fallacies. I've been hearing that. You know. And, you know, I'm allowed to disagree with certain shit. And I'm allowed to say that I don't support certain things. But if you're going to say that, and this is what I hear, all of the guys that you hang out with got good dick, that's not something that you should be discussing in this space. Or, you know, and I know who this is. This is a reputable person in this space. The pegging part, we probably need to not mention that too. That's not what I would say I represent. I don't know about some of you out there, but I don't represent that. But the reason why I say that is they're saying that the entirety of the space represents that. I want people to know that we are of different opinions. We are of different lanes. So, I mean, it's just take it how you want. It's like, I don't know, maybe I worry a little bit too much, but I see everything. I mean, I may not talk about it all the time. I may stick to other subject material because, you know, I do consider myself to be a part of this space. You know, others may feel another way. But, you know, first thing is, you know, I'm a black man. There's an expectation from seemingly everyone. So, my first suggestion always is for men to be men. I don't think we should discuss shit that men don't do, or men aren't supposed to do, or the way I was taught. Because we're living in a time where people are starting to shame that, I would say, basic masculine way. Like, I know I don't want things entering me, so why even bring that up if you're not, say, per se, one of the rainbow people? But that's them. But you shouldn't paint the whole space that way. I don't think everyone talks like that. I think anybody with some sense would know that. Mm. Ken Murphy, the village arsonist. What's going on? Indigenous TV. Just Google hedonism. I don't know. I'm not into that weird sexual stuff. I mean, I'm just a regular country boy from Alabama. You know. And I mean, I can bring up civil rights, but you know, I've heard so many things about it to the point where if I were to explain it to you, you wouldn't believe some of the shit that I've heard. But I do believe in a masculine front, especially for black men. We get hit with so much other dog shit. And I'm not trying to victimize black men, you know. Black men should be experienced enough to hold up shields or have umbrellas. I fully expect us to defend ourselves, but to defend properly. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying like, and that's what. Here's what they say about many of us. I'm not saying to go out there and hate women. That's craziness. But it is what it is. This is where these conversations are going right now. And I mean, we should, I don't know, maybe we should start hearing each other out. Hurry up and buy. What's going on? Let me read some of these comments. Called you Ken before, my bad. That's cool. I mean, shoot, I just don't, I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way to, you know, but thanks though. Indigenous TV. Kev, this week alone, the stuff I heard in the space was really out there. Yeah, and I mean, it's from everybody. And it seemed like everyone is drawing lines at this point. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. People ask me if I was on a certain side, like in a couple chats. And my answer will be consistently is going to be the habitual line steppers. As an individual, I know I have to hold me up, so I trust myself. And then it's whatever after that. But, you know, I'm not going to side with a certain side just because a group of people say, you got to side with this guy or you got to side with that guy. You got to side with KS or you got to side with ARC. I don't know. I think it's craziness to sit up there and scream out that you have a sworn enemy. It's like, this is not a cartoon. Now, I'm speaking from a grown-up's position. I mean, I'm not going to do this on a Wi-Fi connection. Have sworn enemies. But, you know, it's just, it is what it is. People spoke their piece. But it's craziness. The phallus talk is crazy. What else? I mean, it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit, and you know. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm not worried about the look because I'm not involved in like 95% of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna come up here and tell you shit like that. I'm just gonna say what it is, and you can accept it or you can not accept it. Let's see, hurry up and buy. Seems like there's a war brewing. I mean, I don't know. If there's any kind of war, it's a war between individual content creators because people act like they're aligning themselves with each other. But at the end of the day, everybody got HNIC complex, so it will come down to you and whoever that person is. My thing is, why don't you just concentrate on building the best brand possible? I mean, complaining about men doesn't look any different than complaining about women. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. I mean, that's just the way I see it. No one else has to see things the way I see it. And I'm cool with that. You say at the end of the day, everybody is grown. We ain't gonna do what's best for their brand. This is a business. Yeah, I get that too, but also I'm a believer in people should not be allowed to to spread misinformation and lead people astray. But I also believe in personal accountability. It's like you choose these things. These audiences choose these things. My thing is, it's like for everybody to try to point out the space as the problem, you got you got a large, intensive, toxic following in B1. I'm not trying to mobilize anybody to go after them. I'll say what I got to say and stand with that on my own. I think their rhetoric is toxic, and I believe they're a much bigger problem than whatever you say this space is. And if you're strong enough a content creator, your rhetoric will shine through if it's the right shit for our people. But, just like me or just like anyone else that wants to charge themselves with that task, and I'm not saying that I want to be anyone's leader. Oh, shit. I'd rather not deal with the stress. I got enough shit worried about in my own life. But I do want to, if I can calm everybody down and bring everybody to a common sense place, I will do that. And I mean, I get it. There are things that are politically happening right now. But, I mean, shit. I mean, we got content creators that are in that lane that know a lot better than I do on stuff like that. So, but I just talk. I just talk, basically. I just talk just like everyone just talks. But I'm going to be honest with you about it. I'm going to give my perspective, and that's pretty much going to be it by the end of this broadcast. And everyone that's always watching, they understand that at the end of it. They don't feel emotionally drained. They don't feel like, oh my God, what the fuck just happened? It's like, I mean, well, in a good way maybe. But, I mean, if we're not willing to ourselves adhere to common sense measures that will make this space better, first of all, starting out with your own content, then why are we complaining? Why? Why are we complaining? We have a right to critique the space. Yes, we do. We have a right to critique the space. Everybody has a right to do that. I have a right to do that. But we all also have a right to critique the critiques. This is one thing you don't understand. That's what comes with it, critiquing the critiques. If you say something like, okay, this space talks too much about women, then I feel, oh my God. But that's worth examination. So you go to people in the space and you see if all they're talking about is women, and you get your answer from there. But if you're saying that these guys are a bunch of homosexuals, they're ugly, they're fat, then I'm not, well, at least for me, I'm not going to give a damn about it. I can go anywhere for that shit. I can go to Netflix for that shit. I mean, and some of these conversations, some of those conversations that turn out like that, they're fun for people to look at. I mean, it's cool. It's cool, whatever your lane is. If you like fuckery, yeah, fuckery is your lane. I'm not saying you shouldn't be here at all. I'm saying you should be here. There should be a balance. There should be a balance of everything. But don't complain about the existence of one if you let the other exist and say, hey, you know what? Hey, if you can say something like, well, okay, over here is fucked up too. Because I'm like this. If you have one, you got to have them all. Like I said, everybody shuts up or no one will shut up. And that's just what it is. We're going to be having these conversations forever. Now, I'll take my responsibility and my part of everything that has happened in the community. I don't have any baby mamas out there. I didn't sell any destructive drug. I didn't go around complaining that women didn't give me this or that. It's just, I might have, defended myself in a way that may be a bit vindictive, but that's about it. I might have said some things to some people, but it was never violent or anything like that. But that's my accountability. So all the other shit y'all talking about, all these names are fucked up because it's just variations of the word nigga. And name calling of race came from someone else. This Pookie, this Ray, this educated lame, this, said educated Pookie. I mean, you accept what you want to accept, but all of them are labels. And something's wrong with every one of them. So you can decide if you want to be the person to decide not to use labels, that's fine. But don't say pookie, don't say ray ray, don't say nigga, don't say lame, don't say none of that shit. And that's not saying you have to do it either. It's because somebody, well, he's saying we can't say pookie and ray ray now. Those guys over there are just weird and crazy. Like you're gonna say tomorrow with about 3 or 4 broadcasts, or 20. It could be anywhere with that. The number of posts and videos against black men, I'm just saying, from the feedback I get in the algorithm, because I've been seeing more and more of it, it's always gonna be, has been 40 or 50 to 1. You get that one black man that says something and just pisses everybody off, then it's going to be 1 equal to that 40 or 50. But I'm making a point with this. That shows you the power of black men. So if black men could use that power to move forward into some other shit, like, taking back our power within the community, which no one has a real good idea of yet. They keep saying it, but what the fuck where are the ideas? Where's the list of ideas? I mean, a couple of people do have a list of ideas. I give them that. If they want to plug themselves, that's okay. They can put it in the chat. But this whole, y'all too worried about women, like this. I'm talking to the guys when they say this. I'm worried about women chat that y'all be having. People are too worried about women chat. What are you, their lawyer, their attorney? For the guys that are saying that in all these chats, they worry too much about women. Okay, who's telling you all this? It's from what I see. Okay, who are these guys? Who are these numerous guys that's making it all about women and pussy? And I mean, like, I know the usual typical names. I'm always going to hear names. And they're the guys that are directly involved with the space. But for me, you got to name at least 30 or 40 black guys. You can probably name 30 or 40. And then, tit for tat never works. But you can name 40 or 50 content creators that are female. And then add on all the publications. Because we as black men... This is one of the first times I ever seen black men just really in a collective do something that had this much of a push. It's usually scattered. Like, it'll be one black man, but then he's drowned out by the sounds of misandry. But, this is one of the first times, and it's in like a really rough stage. And it's clashing. It's like rams butting heads all over the fucking place. Yeah, I mean, shit. I'm to the point. I'm sorry. I disagree with Dennis Sperling too on what he's been saying, and I'm not disagreeing because everybody else disagreeing either. I got my own reasons for the shit. So, like, y'all need to stop. Like, shoot. I'm not beholden. Like, and believe it or not, I'm not beholden to anyone in the space. I do thank people for helping me out. I do keep it real about that. I mean, no matter who it is, it's like they did help me grow this channel. I will, but as far as being beholden to a certain rhetoric, no. No one's my leader in this space, period. And I will always tell you guys to lead yourselves. But to complain about an angle that the conversation is being taken, what is the problem if these conversations aren't effective in what they are getting out to the people? Like, yeah, I can't be mad. I would be more mad if there was 1,000 people watching a group of people calling for genocide. Basically, I mean, you can take that how you want, but it is a genocidal tactic. I'll be more mad at that than somebody watching, some little guy or something, saying that we black folks need to straighten the fuck up. I mean, I don't know. It's just me. I mean, we as black men, as black men, like I'll tell you at any point in time. Yes, we need to be tougher through this. We don't, when they are around, when females are around, we don't need to react in those ways. I can't tell you how to react as a grown man, but don't be spastic. Don't start yelling and screaming. Don't start. I mean, it's not a good look. Because if they got to get out of pocket with you, you've already pretty much won. But I'm not telling you to shut up. We just got to do this thing a little bit more sensibly. I mean, don't take disrespect at all. Don't take disrespect from anyone. Not anyone. Not dudes, not women. You got to treat everybody the same way on Wi-Fi. Because at this level, at the YouTube level, it's just words, period. Yeah, I disagree with that. Dennis, yeah, a large amount of people watching a panel of people calling for genocide. The fuck, like I said B1 earlier, and they're still in existence, but hey, that shit's foul too. I will never say wipe out a group of men because that was my problem with the so-called gangster, killer, toxic thug archetypes, wiping each other out. Now, for the guys that are really guilty of that, I mean, of the things that he said, then I have no love for you. But it's like to label one type of, I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't be labeled a pookie. I shouldn't be. But at the same time, I do believe in like there's strength in numbers, and doing things to deplete our numbers is just stupid at this point. Black men don't need to divide any further. I know I've said things myself about Pookie, but I have a certain definition for that. Plus, the first person I heard called Pookie was the guy on New Jack City. I'll make a joke. I said I saw Pookie smoke crack on video. We're like New Jack City. You know, I'm sorry guys, that's just who Pookie is. Pookie died. Kareem not caring. Now, you know, I might catch some flack for agreeing with a woman because somebody might say that, oh, that's woman led, but I agree with you on this. Outrage brings him more views. Outrage brings a lot of people more views. The critique of the outrage gives more views. I heard a intelligent representative of the black manosphere say that. So, so, hurry up and buy at Indigenous TV, Dennis Sperling, when your rap career goes wrong. He's an attorney. I mean, I'm not going to give him too much flack. The only thing I give him flack for was just like, you know, and it's just between me and him. It's like he blocked me out of his chat like over a year ago, I would say. Time flies by. And I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Just like I'm good with anybody that blocks me out of their chat. I ain't going to give him too much flack about it. But, you know, when you start saying stuff like that, then, I mean, maybe they are dependent on shock value. You know, maybe I should say something shocking. You know. Shit, Kareem not caring says congratulations to the Rams. Yeah, I was indifferent to the game. I mean, like, if Cincinnati would have won, they would have had a reason to use that song, finally. You know, that who they think they gonna beat them Bengals, you know, remember that? They everybody beating them though. So yeah, I'm gonna put something on the screen in a minute because I want y'all to understand a couple things. Let me just prepare it real quick. Just reminding you guys as you walk in, please hit that like button. If you want to hit that dislike, that is fine by me. That is your freedom. If it's your first time here, go below this screen and hit that subscribe button. Because I like subscribers, like any of these content creators like subscribers. And go subscribe to Absalom Payanki TV, who is in the building. So, what up? Just a second, please bear with me. Phil Brad, what's going on? And yes, I do kind of get triggered by feminist talking points. Some people think I shouldn't. Yeah, don't let it get to you, dog. Don't let it get to you. I mean, shoot. I mean, then I'll be like, well, guys, thank you for being friends, but you forced in a position to set the record straight. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on the screen. Like, I face the reality. It's like people don't like to argue shit. They think everybody likes to just agree with them, and then it's pretty much within all of us. And I mean, it's the human part. It's the human part of all of us. All of us have a right to stand by our word, and that is what I suggest to each and every one of you. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just getting up two screenshots real quick. I should have had this prepared before the broadcast, you know, but I know where my strengths are. So, all I'm saying is, all right, here we go. See if y'all can see that. All right. Here's one of the biggest gaslights that I see, and the reason why I named the stream what I named it. Black people, I'll take black people aren't stupid for $40 because I just don't believe that we're stupid. I believe that we play each other for stupid when it comes to these mental gymnastics, but I mean, I don't. I'm one of the ones that don't buy into it. I'm just tired of keeping that secret from some of you. But just if you can see that, if I can see that, and Kareem, you can watch any channel you want. You said I frequent his channel, but I agree he was going hard on this Pookie and Ray Ray narrative. Not necessary. He usually had good content before this last week. Well, a lot of content creators go through bad phases. This might just be his, But all right. If you see the word up on the screen is argument, I wanted to pull up a definition of the word argument because this whole narrative about how and what's going on, Rael. I'm gonna read your comment in just a minute. This whole narrative about the word argument is as if that it's the men trying to argue with the women. You know, I'm going to say this. You may disagree. I never hear the women are arguing with the men unless you're talking to somebody like me, which I say it's a back and forth conversation. And I think that people who are grown ups need to get used to that and accept it. So, um, I don't know. But let's read this definition of argument. I hope you can see that. And it says an exchange of diverging or opposite views, typically a heated or angry one. I've had an argument with my father. All right. Yeah, they put that there. Let me read the number two definition. A reason or set of reasons given with the aim of persuading others that an action or idea is right or wrong. There is a strong argument for submitting a formal appeal. All right, I think what happens in this space quite often and with black YouTubers that disagree, and I am concerned about black YouTubers and black people, is that we conflate these two meanings instantly. So here's how I view things, and you're allowed to disagree, and I'm not going to block you from my chat or time you out or anything. My view is that when you disagree, when you're a male, when you're a grown black male, when you disagree with a grown black female of any level of mentality, it's considered an argument. And then you have all these cape wearers come out of the woodwork saying, hey, dog, I wouldn't argue with no female. even when she's becoming disrespectful. Now, I don't know what you guys mean by that. I don't know why do you believe that people can't have arguments if one is a male and the other is a female? That's dumb. That's female like thinking. You're actually vouching for the female when you rail against something like that. I understand just opening up broadcast. Hey dog, this is 007894 and I'm here to tell you that bitches ain't shit. And if that's every broadcast, yeah, that does get tiresome. It does. It does not make any fucking sense. It doesn't. It's if it's every broadcast. But okay, if it's like okay, let's say, and this is completely false what I'm about to say. Let's say Megan Thee Stallion kicks some guy in his nuts for no fucking reason. If half of the fucking manosphere, black manosphere, makes videos about Megan Thee Stallion kicking this guy in the nuts, then you still don't get to have your argument. If they're not making like 5 or 6 videos about Megan Thee Stallion kicking this guy in the nuts, you might get a psychological breakdown by the PhDs. While she felt like that she could kick that guy in the nuts and get away with it, and the guy was black and short, and it just, people break it down. But the variable in all of this is you don't have to watch any of it. I believe that dudes that have, like, guys, men, black men that have constructive criticism about the space itself do care about the space and, in fact, believe that in its potential. But the role with this logic that these two definitions, like, okay, if I disagree with somebody, and okay, let's not even talk about the male on female aspect. Let's talk about the male on male aspect. Let's give an example. If there is a guy that pushes back in the chat with no wrench, and he's not being disrespectful, why would the guy with the wrench accuse him of arguing and then time him out? I'm just saying, men react a lot faster. You can argue that shit with me all day when a man pushes back on them. You can argue that shit all day, all night. When a man pushes back on another man, it's raw. I'm not going to demoralize you and say that's effeminate. Because I do believe men should handle things like men. But we react a lot faster when a man disagrees with a man. Short of profanity, even if it's short of profanity. Okay, let me give you a quick example. If someone were to say something like, the black manosphere is full of old niggas that gotta go. And then I, as a black man, is like, okay, why would you want the old niggas out? What is the age range of old? And then they always say something like mid to late 40s, and that's where I fall in. And then I would probably say something like, well, hey, you know what? Tell me why I gotta go. Sometimes I met with that, well, not really you, Kev. No, not really you. But, I'm old according to you guys. That's the most sensible reaction I get. The most blatant reaction I got was, and close your ears. Close your ears, if you're not ready for that strong content. That I was a D-riding KS fanboy, and this has had nothing. And what let me tell you something. They throw that KS shit at me, and I don't even say anything about the guy. For real. Like, nothing. Nothing about what I've been saying, had anything to do with KS, they'll call me a D-riding KS fanboy. They'll say words like bussy popping. I mean, have the gayest imagination that you maybe short of being gay. I don't know. I mean, but I don't understand the immaturity because I disagree with you slightly on your assessment of the space per se. I just disagree with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to have a criticism. It even boils down to you know, even asking a simple question. So why do you hate the space? I mean, I'm sure it's not that bad. What are you talking about, motherfucker? Oh, get him out of here. Hey, I mean, for real, it's that quick. And I mean, a lot of you ain't gonna really to admit, like I said, you can have constructive, mature criticism, but it's just like spazzing out faster than a female. I've been seeing more and more guys do that lately. And I don't get it. I just don't. I mean, I grew up with ball sacks in my underwear. Not, I have one ball sack, you know, because everybody be like, oh, he said sacks. What is he talking about? Oh, I'm criticizing. Ooh, these guys are crazy. They talk about phalluses and ball sacks. Oh, these old niggas. Boomers and dumbass Generation X males need to go. They have their own space to talk about their old nigga shit, but in terms of moving forward, it's passed them by. What the fuck do you suggest, Rael? Hey, let me put that comment up here, dude. It's like, damn, dude. It's like y'all just what could cause more division than statements like that? And I mean, I usually agree with you on certain things. I do. I do. I'm not saying that the boomers and the Generation X is perfect. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I look at some of my Generation X compadres and I'm like, God damn, dude. Shit. Like I had a young man. I don't know. I think he's millennial. I don't know. He's probably on the fringe, on the line. I had him tell me that, oh, I wouldn't be able to hang with the OGs your age, like, or his OGs or whatever. And the first thing I said was, those are guys that believed in ganging up 10 at a time on one person. I don't give a fuck about them dudes. It's like, seriously. He had nothing to say after that. I was like, shit, and they older now. How do they look fighting by themselves? I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a tough badass, but, you know, and we shouldn't be fighting in the first goddamn place. But, you know, the way that I understand what a pookie is as to what everyone else's understanding is like, that was pookie back then. And that's why I would say, I mean, I don't give a fuck about that nigga. So it's like this. It's like this. You can say, I'm a Generation Xer. I'm Generation X. You can say whatever you want about Gen X and boomers, but if you put me in that Gen X box, then me and you got to talk about something. That's all there is to it. I believe in men being men. Period. Load of scalper. Too much flip-flopping in this space. Now, since you're on this channel, what have I ever flip-flop on? So, you know, we can go ahead and get all that out the way. Let's be brutally honest. All of you are allowed to do that. Let's do this. I want to have this kind of fun. I don't want to have an argument, though. Let's not argue. Let's do this. Subscriber supremacy is another issue. What, me being what are you talking about? Like me being agreement with certain content creators if I want the crowd to stay, if that's what you mean. I don't understand what subscriber supremacy is, because it's pretty much up to everyone who they want to watch. And I mean, like, if someone leaves you on behalf of another content creator saying, no, you don't need to watch that nigga, then fuck, like, they need to be gone. They need to be gone. If you decide not to watch me on behalf of another content creator, then hey, I can't make you stay. I can't make anyone stay. But if you stay, hey, you know, all of us can be cool and we could try to have more calmer conversations. That's all. But I'm a guy that is a content creator that also feels that I am allowed to critique certain things and certain arguments. And what I'm going to critique is this space's use of the word argument. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, I'm going to be on record to say this. I don't care about subscriber supremacy. I'll throw a big name out there. If y'all watch Angry Man Over Me, shit, you just watching Angry Man Over Me, and that's all there is to it. I would never me. I can only speak for me. I can't speak for what an Angry Man does. I can say I can't tell you guys, oh man, don't watch Angry Man. Angry Man this, Angry Man that. That would sound absolutely retarded. That would sound retarded. So if the reverse were to happen, it would sound retarded as well. So but if you decide to do it, that's on you. And hey, you know what? Good luck. I hope you do well in life. I hope you do well in life. That's all I say. I am not against black men progressing. I'm not against black men succeeding at all, which is where a lot of this argument comes in. So I'm on record to say, don't bring up KS in an argument against me. Don't do it. If I haven't brought KS up first, please don't do it. Not on this channel. At least. You can do whatever you want anywhere else. Those are those guys' platform. I don't like shit. Everybody in this space got something to fucking offer. Everybody. Whether you like that person or not. And you ain't got to watch that person. Shit. I'm not saying anything against Angry Man. I want y'all to know that. I just he's a general in this space, so I'm just shouting him out. That's all. But I will tell you guys this once again. I am about the habitual line steppers. Black men being brutally honest. And you guys, the crowd, the audience. Just so we're on that understanding. Not necessarily in that order, but long live the habitual line steppers. Just so we're clear. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power knows exactly what I'm talking about. Indigenous TV. Kev dudes are getting exposed in this space for being fraudulent. We know who's who more and more now. All that's left is actual war and the end result thereof. In a second, Rael. Dudes are getting exposed in this space for being fraudulent. We know who's who more. All right. Well, if they are fraudulent, then it'll be up to the people to decide from there. It's not my job to say who's fraudulent and who isn't. I mean, I can pretty much tell by the messages they send. Uh, you know, I'm drop the link in a second, but let me move on to this. And like I said, no knock to any content creators, but if I disagree with it, I disagree with it. No, me neither, Edward. I'm saying those who want to sit at the kitty table, sit at the kitty tables. Those who want to come and talk with the adults, come talk with the adults. But they're stupid motherfuckers in literally every level. So, So, okay, let me read this. And Attorney Sperling had put this in his community tab. He said, "What Pookies has done." All right. Number one, make bastard children and leave the mothers single. Mothers, which in turn make the kids prone to criminal activities. Hmm. Hmm. Can we blame? I blame that on the toxic thug. I mean, but people fuck who they want to fuck. It just, but I mean, here's my saying on that. If you're outside of the confines of marriage, I'm dropping a link in like 5 minutes because I see Black Uru down there. If you fuck anybody unprotected and you're not within the confines of marriage, you need to be prepared for what comes afterwards. It's just plain and simple. And I'm not one of these mistakes have been made from all types. I just know when I see the results and in the stats as well. I'm not saying that okay that the blue collar or corporate brother is the one that's creating bastard children. But I don't know if I can put Pookie on that. I think that needs to be put in another context. Sell drugs to the community. Mm, Pookie does that. Okay, we need a clear definition of Pookie because I don't get this little. We need a clear definition. Kill our sisters, brothers, and children. Hmm. Oh man. Five. I don't agree. I don't agree with the graping women and leading them to a path of degeneracy. Because according to them, we can't lead them anywhere. But he tried to correlate a very brutal, heinous crime. Is I wouldn't. Nah. Because I don't know. Stronger people have held on to their. Now, I'm not victim blaming by any means at all. But I don't know. That's really bad to say. Like, no, I mean, I'm just like that's almost like what white folks do to black people. You can't associate a brutal crime with a certain archetype. I mean, you do have them like that guy from the Players Club. You do have those archetypes as well. Those weird guys, and in some cases, them women like to do that same shit. Like you can't. No, that's wrong. That is off. Making us the most hated man in the no. Mm mm. Nope. Making us no. No. Hell no. Making us the most hated man in the world. No. No. Because I will always like, and people will disagree with me. I will always blame WS more. I will always blame WS more. You have completely like with any and all of these. What you just did, you just took out the exposure to a toxic, hostile environment in the upbringing of that child. I mean, you gotta understand that people create these situations, like to narrow it down to one group of men. All the problems in the black community is inaccurate. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, this is just a little off. I'm not going to war with Pookie or whoever that is. Like they go to war, like according to what they define as a Pookie, they go to war with themselves. And I do want to bring attention to the fact that there are many offbeat, crazy young men that do bring harm to people, but this is not a right way to go about it. We got to factor in everything. And I'm not saying that I won't blame black men for what black men. Once you cross that line, once you kill someone, that's it. You don't deserve a reprieve unless it's in self-defense. And that's anybody, because I hate to hear about a child's death. That's anyone. But I do news stories. That ain't always Pookie. Sometimes it's the deranged mother. This is why I say black people aren't stupid. Don't always cast everything on one party and then you hear all these crazy stories about the other. All of it's a problem. Every bit of it's a problem. We won't look at the problem as a whole. It's easy to it's real easy to stick it on the guys because that's what always has existed. And the one thing that I would like from black men to stop being so triggered by it. Because we've dealt with this before, time and time and time again. Let me drop this link. I don't know, maybe I didn't explain this enough, but if people, like I said, if people disagree, you just disagree. You know, I believe in back and forth discussions. If you don't want, like, honestly, if you don't want to have a back and forth discussion with a woman that you disagree with, that is fine with me, but I'm not going to pamper them like children. I believe they are stupid. They're supposed to be the most educated. They're supposed to be very versed in these topics. So if a man disagrees with her, that doesn't mean hatred. Unless he's saying, fuck you, you funky bitch, or something like that. Other than that, look, just adhere to logic one goddamn time. Black men, what is this world coming to? And boom, there goes the grenade. So, let's read some of these comments. Dennis, Indigenous TV. Dennis is a former hood dude who made a whole rap career off of Pookie persona. Look, Indigenous, look, a rap career, or did he just have enough money to put a few videos together? Cause I ain't never heard Dennis Spurley. Not before now. Oh shit, what's going on? What's going on, Edward?
Yeah, what's up? I'm sure this is going to be a lively one with Black Guru and Roger Report. Not Roger, but Rael coming up. But yeah, man, this is interesting. I mean, tactically, there's a reason why we don't do certain things. If somebody's been in this space for a while, I understand the sentiments of what Dennis is saying. And quite frankly, I think people are just making a big hubbub about it. Like, oh my God, he's talking about killing black men. Well, if y'all feel so busy about it, flag his channel and report him. Shit. I mean, there's resources for you all to do that. But all of this stuff about he's got almost 17,000 subscribers, and people that follow him. If people are not unsubscribing to him, calling him out ain't gonna make that happen. So, but with that being said, as far as tactically what he's saying is problematic and dumb for this reason. If I was talking to him directly, this is what I would say. Even if let's say I agree with everything he's saying. Let's say that, which I don't. Everything that quote unquote, and by the way, I define a Pookie as a non-productive black man. Niggas that live off they dick, stuff like that. And you have dudes that had Pookie spells, so to speak. Kind of like when women have quote unquote whole phases. There's a lot of dudes that have Pookie spells, and I understand that because
Hey, Absalon. Let me clear this up real quick. Absalon, I don't think that Edward really meant do just go flag its channel. I don't want that narrative. I don't want
Yeah.
that narrative spread here. I would never encourage anyone's channel to be flagged.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the way dudes are defining it is he is basically advocating for harming a certain group of people. That is against YouTube's policy. So if you also, rather than going to every channel, I'm not talking about people on panels right now, but I'm saying going to every chat, bitching, crying, saying, "Have you heard what this nigga said, cuz?" or whatever the fuck, actually go through the proper channels. Or if you don't want to do that, here's a thought. He has open hangouts. Go up there and check that nigga to his face, like everybody keeps saying Kevin Samuels should have did Nicki Minaj. I have yet to see that yet. So hell, for all the keep it real niggas, that's something you could do. Because when he pulled that shit up, nobody really showed the fuck up. Now, granted, Dennis did have his shit on subscriber only, but that's because he wanted y'all to come up. But anyway, if I would have went up there and talked to him about it, I would have said everything that quote unquote. So let's define Pookie. Non-productive black men, and you can be through what I call a Pookie phase in your life, which means we know, and this is where white supremacy comes in, because we know black men set us up to be fucked up in here. That's not really the same as like you pretty much on some lifelong status. Just like a bitch being a hoe her whole life or her whole prime years is not the same as a chick going to college and maybe getting it in. That's not looked at the same way. So I want to understand, understand that. And a pookie is defined as a non-productive black man. That's what I define it. A street dude is not necessarily that. So that being so, dude that said Tyrone in the gym, they basically work to the gym and women are fucking. That's a street dude. Because he's got a job, and we're not defining productive based on you making 50K or whatever, whatever. We're not defining it that way. So
Tyrone, you talking about Tyrone to be like, I'm Tyrone and I'm gonna do your girl and that archetype?
well, what I'm talking, well, somebody said that in the chat. Talk about Tyrone be working at the gym and then these women be pleasuring them, which is sexual politicking, and that's not, and that's where a lot of this stuff gets the bullshit to the heart of it. But that being said, what I would say to Dennis is this: everything that quote unquote Pookie does is, and a lot of these black men do, is based on the pursuit of sex. That's how men are in general. I call it sexual gravity. And the truth is, you're never going, I don't give a fuck what you say or what rhetoric you say. Let's be clear here. You're not actually going to go out and do that shit. If it ain't up to you, you're not in that type of country, period.
Zero.
And hold on, and the thing is, everything they do is based on the sexual gravity that black women lay out. As long as black women sexually validate certain behaviors, it doesn't matter what the behaviors are. As long as they validate certain behaviors sexually, you're never going to stop behaviors you don't like. Period. That's why, for the most part, we don't really go that route, and we focus on the women because women control sexual selection. Now, I'm not here to cry about who women pick, but on the back end, what you don't do is sit there and validate them later on in life. This is where the dudes have control, and then wanting to save them, get with single mothers and all of that shit, and they tell you a story about what Pookie did to them. That's why I don't agree with that rhetoric, because that buys into the idea. That's what the Targus, that dumb bitch, was trying to say. Oh well, why don't you do this? Even though we sexually have sex with them, y'all do this, do this, do this. And I'm like, no. I preach separation. If they want to do that, let them do that. If they want to buy their way out of that, they can do that, and then the women can lay where they live with the kids. What about the sons? What about them? That's not my problem. The women need to go to their fucking baby daddies they want to have kids with and work that shit out. All right, I'll let you rock.
Yeah, because I want to read this comment, Black Urus. I don't understand how you can be angry at another man because a female wants to give him some of her rotten box.
Yeah, that's my sentiments exactly.
And that's why.
That's my sentiments exactly. Go ahead, G.
That's why I don't even take a lot of, like, I was mad at first, but then I just thought about it. A lot of this stuff come from these dudes want to sleep with the women that they sleep with. And it's like, okay, who worse? You want to sleep with the low class whore that sleep with a low class dude, and you're jealous of him because you can't go down there and she don't sleep with you as willingly as she sleeps with him. And it's just like, I look at that shit like, come on, man, this is nonsense, man. There's a lot of people who are lusting after these females, But it's like you talk shit about them, but you really want to have sex, and you're mad that they're picking these dudes and not you. So I be freaked out about these dudes' logic. Like, man,
Yeah, and then I say like if she going to fool with a dude like that, she actually cut you some slack. Like let that be a lesson to you, you know.
no, I
But
mean what it is a lot of dudes just need to go have debaucherous sex. Like, are you guys, man? Look, man, we went through our poopy phase. It's just debauchery. You're going to have debaucherous sex with low class women that's going to do whatever you want sexually. And I think that we skirt around these type of topics in the mental sphere because we don't want to talk about it. Like, you ain't never went. A lot of brothers ain't never had no smoke. You done had so much before. You know it ain't no big deal. Come
the
on,
thing
man. You know that
is,
shit's
like,
not no big deal.
but the thing is, but that's a fucking okay. That's a fucking fantasy. All right, that a lot of street dudes, most street niggas ain't getting it in with good looking bitches like that. Even the niggas with sexual charisma. Like I've had drag out fucking arguments over niggas justifying to me fucking fat hoes. Like literally justifying to me that that's the thing more for a couple of years now. And so and I know I'm more in the middle, so I see what really goes on.
But this is
And
the
so,
thing, Edward. This is the thing. It,
but but
it's
but like
it's
so
all these dudes are bad. I'm not gonna say they're all mad about that.
yeah,
I'm just
like let's
saying
look at the dude that said it. Dennis has two baby mamas. That is a fact. I've seen what one of them looks like. I haven't seen what the problematic one looks like. So when you, but the one, but like one of them is attractive. We know who married that about to get married to him now. And keep in mind, he's 47 years old, so it ain't like he's in his prime, right? He was over. He's got money. And by the way, Dennis Sperling comes from South Central LA in the
listen,
90s.
I'm not talking about Dennis
But this
Carter.
ain't
I don't
about
know that
you.
man.
Okay. What I'm
Yeah, I
saying
don't
is
know that
that's
man. I'm
what
talking about the dudes that usually have an issue because they're perceiving that Pookie and them is fucking all these bitches.
we
That's what
we
they're perceiving. So
we've
that's what
had
a lot of this shit is about, man.
we've had these arguments before. Dudes
It's
keep projecting that that's what it is. Every nigga, look,
man,
this ain't
that
no.
niggas
Hold on,
not
hold on.
keeping it real,
This
man.
ain't. Hold on. This ain't no Tyrone versus Urkel. And every like this legend of educated lanes where it's just the Urkel niggas. Like that's not really how it works. Now,
We
like,
know that though. We know that though. Niggas
but
is
the
you
thing
got to
about
because niggas in college is running through bitches too. It's not. It's just these perceptions that's going on in people's head that haven't experienced certain things. I'm
but
not knocking nobody for that. Certain people haven't experienced these levels.
But the way you framing it is every street nigga is just running through bitches.
No, I'm not.
That
That's how they perceive the
okay.
street niggas.
Everybody else
Because
that listen
because
to
bitches like street niggas,
all
and
right,
we
so
need to
you
stop.
just
Come on, man.
said it. You just said it
That's
again.
that's what
You
I'm saying. Bitches like street niggas. This is not no secret.
Okay, but you
Come on,
see what
what
I'm
do you mean?
so hold on. So you don't connect that to me saying that the way y'all make it sound is every street nigga is just running through bitches. You
No,
just
we
said it.
don't. That's
You
what you're perceiving. I'm saying
Donnie,
this. I'm
IL,
saying this. I'm
I'm gonna
saying
fall
this.
back.
I'm saying this. Bitches like street niggas. That's a fact.
I
I don't give a fuck
can I
all
step
this
in here?
bullshit.
Can I
No,
step
Okay,
in here?
but
let me
hold on.
finish real quick. Let me finish real
Hold
quick.
on. So you saying hold on.
I'm not saying that all the street niggas is fucking all the bitches. I'm saying that's how it's being perceived. But bitches do like street niggas.
How
When you
is
when
it being
you when you
perceived if you saying it out of your own mouth?
okay,
Go
you
ahead.
right.
I'm gonna
You
fall
right,
back.
dude. You
I'm
right,
gonna
dude.
Hey,
fall
You
back.
right.
hey, let me step in real
We
quick.
got a good panel, so I want to hear what everybody. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
Maybe I'm
well,
wrong.
we're gonna give Donnie the floor right now for a moment. Long live the habitual line steppers, brother.
Long live.
All
All
right,
right.
what?
So I didn't hear all of this conversation. I heard like bits and pieces, and this kind of runs down to the whole. At this point, it's classic. The street nigga versus the nerd nigga, or however else you want to phrase it. I'll say this: women love danger and dangerous situations, so they will attribute that to street dudes, right? Not every single street dude is going to be in a plethora of pussy, right? But there are going to be certain street dudes who I guess would be the select male in general, who's a street nigga, who's
Sure.
cleaning up,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Uh, Street niggas are out here hitting nines and tens because nines and tens are sluts and whores just like everybody else, right? I think the ultimate conversation breaks down to most of these dudes who are in the street, even ugly ones, or dudes who are, rat face and all them, they just have more access to women because they're constantly putting themselves in a position to be around women. So they're gonna get luckier than the dude who almost never is around women or never with women in these situations and scenarios. Just like you put a dude in college and he's all of a sudden in a fraternity or he's at these parties and he's around women on a consistent basis. Now he's hitting all these chicks at the college. There's no difference. This dude just has more access than the average dude who's not around them. So I think a lot of that gets muddled in the water, and then it becomes a war based on archetype versus archetype. Plain and simple is who has more access, who's around these women on a consistent basis. Dudes is out here throwing parties with alcohol, liquor, drugs, and fun, and a bunch of smut show up. Yeah, of course he's gonna have more bodies on him than the dude who's not doing any of this. I really don't see what the argument here is.
The argument is, I hear what you're saying, Donnie, and Donnie, I mean, you in the middle, kind of like me. I mean, maybe to the left of me, more close to the street side, but this, and shout out to Roger, who's in Chicago. People have narratives that they hold on to. And so people will say, as if, again, the myth of this Urkel syndrome, where there's niggas that are getting zero pussy. Like Dennis, here, the thing that started this shit is Dennis is a hood dude. Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, that shit is more of a betrayal than anything, rather than Dennis going pro-black and being on some reform shit, saying, niggas that, let's just call it, for the, since we all the vernacular, educated lame need to come back to the community. Dennis is basically saying, Dennis is a traitor. That's to street. That's basically, so Dennis doesn't come from the quote unquote EDL side. That's what's amazing, and it's amazing to me that nobody is saying that. And BGS even said that. BGS could tell by how he was speaking, and he heard a couple of things, and he said, "Yeah, that nigga." And somebody told me in the chat that he's from South Central LA, and so he's 47. So you're talking about the 90s. So again, Dennis he's from that shit. So that's why it's amazing to me that nobody's having a real conversation with him to his face. What people are doing is they're talking around it. Like, nobody is yet to really go directly at him, about what he has said on his own platform. That's what's amazing to me and what I've observed. So when we add all these other dudes into it, most dudes are not saying that. Even the ones that complain about Pookie are not saying that they should be drugged out in the street and killed. That's some new shit, which is why people are taken aback. But again, Dennis is a hood dude. So, yeah. Like, can we all acknowledge that, or are people still, like, not?
Like I said, I don't know the dude. I'm not making no preconceived assumptions. I'm saying this. There's this perception that Pookie and them is fucking all these bitches because bitches like street niggas. I'm not saying that they are fucking all these bitches. When you do an interview with these chicks, when you talking to them, they're telling you what they like. We like street dudes. We like niggas with tattoos. We like niggas like this. So there's perception inside of a lot of spaces.
So, G, let me
that
ask
these
you
are the
this:
dudes.
Are
So
you saying that
bro?
are you saying that every female wants a street nigga and nothing else?
No,
Every
no, but
okay, then.
a large, but
You
listen, a
believe
large
that?
majority, a large majority of black women do want street niggas.
What
Yeah.
That's
percentage
just
would you
what it is.
estimate? What percentage? I'm
70,
asking. Okay,
70%.
okay, then that's cool. So here's my question, and I'm not saying I disagree with that. I think
And not
that's
only that, the
but what?
women that black males desire like street niggas. That's a fact. The women that we idolize,
Okay,
the women that we desire, that we fantasize about, are sexual archetypes
okay.
like street niggas.
So G, my question to you is, that's cool. Why the fuck do they not just stay there? Why do they later on in life keep on trying? Because where the real conflict is, I'm gonna tell you where my issue becomes, and I'm gonna be quick about it. My issue becomes whenever any female sexually validates a certain group, and then they try to. It's the same thing when they try to go white and come back. If you deal with street dudes that had kids and you ran up your mileage, I don't want to hear about what no street nigga did to you because people forget a lot when women are talking about they're catcalled, when they're talked about they are basically sexually assaulted. You know how they say try to make it sound like 75% of women have gone through a sexual assault experience or some bullshit. The stats you've heard Ebony Magazine and them say that. You know, that's it. That's going one way that they're saying that shit's going. My question is, if they want them so bad, why don't they just stay there and create a community around that? Why do they keep trying to jump back?
Because they females. These hoes trying to get saved. If we know that
hold on, ultimately,
because
Pookie don't pay.
Hey, y'all. Hey.
Can we please get in?
Okay.
Pookie don't pay student loan bills. But go
Come
ahead.
on, man.
yeah,
It's not rocket. It's
is.
not rocket science, man. It's not rocket science. They're old, and the older that they get, the more money they're going to need. It's not really that complicated. That's what it is. In previous generations, when women got older, when they were married to black men who worked hard, who usually ended up dying before them, they were able to live off their Social Security, and if they had retirement, they were able to live off those two that as well. So you had at least two checks that you could live off of in your later years, because a 45, 50-year-old woman is not the same as a 45, 50-year-old man. A 45, 50-year-old man can still work hard and produce, even going into his 60s, depending on what lane he's in.
Yeah.
Women in that age range, they're fucking done. They're probably done about
One of my uncles
about 40
has Social Security and three pensions. Three pensions.
So what I'm saying, I've been, I don't know about all the people on the panel, but I've been to higher education. I've been in college before. And the truth of the matter is, man, them fraternity niggas be running through holes more than niggas, I would say, probably in the street. Man, have y'all ever been to a black college before?
Yeah, the frat boys are kind of like in a separate situation.
Hold on. I've been to both. I've been to a black college before, and I've been to a state public, a public university. I've seen it, and I'm telling you, when you got those fraternity letters, it's like rappers on campus.
Yep.
I've seen some of the corniest niggas go from getting no ass to walking around with Q dog jackets on and getting plenty of ass from chicks.
Yeah,
What was the difference? They got into that fraternity, and they got a certain status. So the idea that it's only pookies getting pussy, especially from a nigga that is in a fraternity, a black fraternity, man, please, that is the most asinine argument you could possibly make. That is one of the most fictitious, facetious arguments, man, you can make. That's not what the issue is. What the issue is more so than anything, when it comes to those caliber or types of females, if you look in other groups, the other groups of, like, you don't see, like, you'll see white men, they'll dip in some, not so savory type of females, but then they're going to marry women that's going to be much more related to their class. The problem in Black America is, it doesn't matter how low on the totem pole the woman is, she's considered better than a black man could be in one of the highest positions he can possibly be. We saw this in the TV show, on the TV show Scandal, with the Olivia Pope character. She was with the black dude that was a senator, and she was basically a glorified side chick. But because she had access to the president, and he had the status that was higher than the black dude senator, she basically thought she was too good enough for the black dude who was the senator, who could have been on the track to becoming president. Because in our group, it doesn't matter. We do. There is not a collective phraseology, word, used for in terms of people outside of the culture, in terms of when you start talking about liberal white America related to welfare queens. They would do everything in their power to defend these chicks. But there's words for the no good black men, deadbeats, the Tyrone, this and that and the four. But as soon as we start calling these women names based on what we know is right, you see all this
which is what other groups do, by the way.
Right. You'll see all the defense come because there is something that's deeply embedded in Black America that says no matter how good you are as a black man, no matter what status, even if you start off as Pookie and you get to a higher status, it doesn't matter. You will always be subservient and inferior to these black females. And this dude is falling for the nonsense because he's basically trying to make the argument that the definition of you as a black man in terms of your greatness is dependent upon the lowliest chicks out here. But if we go to 2-3 generations prior to us, these types of women were looked upon by black people, not white America. When people talk about respectability politics, we can go back to Black America 2-3 generations ago, and these same types of women who are being heralded as strong and independent and the epitome of what a black female should be, 3 generations ago, she will be considered low class and trash in terms of what she represents. And so we have to really understand that this particular argument, we've already defeated this argument. We destroyed this argument. And so for him to just rehash this argument is really silly because he can't sit here and say that as in a fraternity, them niggas wasn't getting no ass. Like there's no I've been to college. You know what I'm saying? I had homeboys.
He said frat niggas wasn't getting ass.
No, I'm saying trying to make the argument as if like only Pookies is getting the ass and the so-called educated dudes ain't getting that's nonsense. Like on a college campus, whether it's a black college, whether it's a public university that has a lot of black people, if you're in a fraternity and there's a high number of black females that's on campus, you are guaranteed to get a lot of ass. You're guaranteed.
Even if it's not like, so there's literally no difference between the 16, 17-year-old nigga who's hanging out with the gang, because the gang has all the swag, they got the parties, they got everything popping. And then those same exact girls who was fucking out with the gang at 16, 17, they will go to college, they will go to university, they will go to whatever you want to call it, and then they will see who's popping there and who's popping there, the fraternities. It's the same chicks going from A to B. They've just gotten a little bit older. There's absolutely no difference. So and I've seen it, and I know for a fact these same chicks is fucking everybody, right? It's a chick. It was a bust down. We called her Blockhead. Giving it up, nigga. Coochie was cool. She got to college. She started fucking with a nigga who's a Q dog. I'm sure I know for a fact she was run through with them niggas. She's now married and she's doing well with her master's degree and everything else. However, she was a bust down for everybody else.
But Donnie, hold on, Donnie. The same females in college, because see, I'm from the Freaknik era. I remember the Freaknik. I was in high school when Freaknik was popping. I was living in Atlanta when that shit was off the chain. And even though you had the hood element of black people involved in Freaknik, and because Freaknik started off from the HBCUs, the black colleges. See, a lot of people don't know that. Freaknik started from the HBCUs. That's where it came from. Then when the hood black people started partaking it, then it went in a different type of direction. But it came from the black college experience. And so it was a whole bunch of college educated black females participating in Freaknik. A lot of them.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is that black men as a collective, it doesn't matter which divide you fall on. You can't fall for that particular argument because on both sides, niggas were smashing them hoes. It didn't matter. Even if it took for you to become a part of a fraternity in college to get some ass, if you did, you got it. That should be the argument.
Yeah, and this idea that this space, like, you got it, like, other than what, Obsidian and even Obsidian doesn't do it to the extent that people try to act like he does. Niggas are not advocating for niggas that are socially awkward like that, like in this space like that across the board. What generally happens is we're saying the culture does not work, and everybody wants to play the pro-black game, and say, well, what can we do to do better? And when people tell you what needs to happen, people want to come up with some bullshit as to why that doesn't want to happen, because people are on some alpha bucks, beta buck shit, and then you got dudes that actually try to run that play. And then what happened? Because I remember me and Ulysses, complex design. We don't agree on everything, but one of the things when we had these battles, and Ryo was probably around when BGS's Coliseum too, we would say, people will, and let's say, dude, you talk about the money dudes will invest in the hood, but this idea that niggas will go live around motherfuckers with crime rate and all that just because the young niggas need to see an example, no, that's bullshit. That's not what people are doing. And then it was a big issue with that, and then you had the dishwasher bullshit. The reality of the situation is this, and I'll go back to this as well. When dudes want to go SYSBM and leave, then they all of a sudden call to sell out too. So it's the dick policing happens on the male side. Mm-hmm. Most people are not pussy policing the chicks. The only time you really see dudes saying something is when women want to sit here and on the one. I remember Chris used to do this. Oh, well, I was dealing with this D-boy and that D-boy and this D-boy and that D-boy. Then you get upset when you get in front of a dude saying, why would I basically invest in you and change your life when you are more of a cost than an asset to me? When it ain't even about the D-boys. You could, let's say you got ran through with a whole bunch of frat boys just to take the street dude shit out of it, and you got a whole bunch of college debt. So ain't no street dude or pookie involved in that scenario, right? Why would a dude just pick, unless you fine as hell like you were 8, 9, or 10, why would a dude just carry you up? Why would he do that? Especially when he could date out or date interculturally. And see, what the women do is they try to play the dudes against. This is why I don't like this argument. Dude, they try to play dudes against each other, and you got too many dudes falling for that. And yes, I have called Obsidian out for being flamboyant and fanning flames on that. As far as Dennis, I let Dennis go because Dennis is essentially a hood dude in a fucking lawyer's uniform and shit. And so, and I've yet to see somebody really call him out directly to his face on the shit you talk about. I would love for you, Kevin, to put up that post you had of the 5 things. I'm curious what people's thoughts on that.
And this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
One moment. Let me read this super chat that's been on the screen for a second. And this is from Son is Hot Raw. Appreciate it. He said, well, in G's defense, an indication of black women's attraction for street dudes is the way in which they dress their boys in street attire 90% of the time.
They can be
into, and that's what I'm saying. But this is what I'm saying, Edward. I'm not saying nothing is true. I'm saying what's happening is perceptions are getting twisted amongst us, the brothers. You know what I'm saying? Amongst the brothers, there's these weird perceptions about other groups of people and other things that's happening that might not be happening or that may be happening. You know, the way I perceive it is like, damn, are you mad at the brothers because they fucking these bitches?
You keep saying that. Like
because I'm trying to understand where the problem is coming from.
Hold on. Rael, Donnie, and me just outlined the problem in like 3 different ways. Rael, did you not outline it? Donnie, did you not outline it? Maybe I'm hearing my own thing.
Why is the brothers beefing with each other? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If we know the women playing the game, how does that equate to the men?
So basically, it's the brothers because of Dennis and Obsidian.
No, why do you feel like the brothers are beefing against each other? Because I've never gotten that. I've heard some niggas say some shit. I've heard some things been said, but I've never felt like there's a legitimate war or no beef going on. So what makes you say that?
Shit.
No, I'm gonna tell you. This is really what the issue really comes down to. The issue that really what it really comes down to is that black females play both sides against each other. That's really the issue, because dealing with the so-called pookie type dudes, they call the so-called educated lame dude, he lame and he corny. When she wants to straighten up and fly right and tries to get with the so-called educated lame dude, she points the finger at the pookie dudes as being the dudes who doing the most wrong.
and destroying the community.
And then what happens is the educated lane dude is thinking, man, why she trying to pick me last over this dude? Because I'm gonna give you a prime example why I know this is true. I had an ex that I told years ago that if I see like her ex, and if I see that the dude didn't measure up to what I am or was better, I would look at her like it would affect how I would look at her in terms
Yeah.
of like her value, like
Yeah.
because I would be thinking like, well, what's your standard? Because it's one thing for you to be like, if you like thug niggas and that's just your flavor and that's all you ever rock with, that's your standard. I'm cool with that because you're consistent.
Love
If you
Dorsey.
like the if you like the more educated brothers and that's all the type of dudes you deal with, cool. But the female that I don't like is the one who goes back and forth because you don't know what her true standard is. Because you're like, okay, 1 minute you over here, man, with the Tupac type nigga, then over here you trying to be with the Ben Carson type nigga. Like which one is it?
Yeah.
And when I said that to her because she was one of those types, and so when I said it to her, her response was, well, that's not fair. I was like, I don't give a shit. Like
Yeah.
she tried to make it seem like I was wrong for judging her
And,
on what type of dude she was choosing. I was like, nah. And that, mind you, that was me going back to high school because I even saw in high school females play that game. But I was perceptive enough even in high school to see what it was. I'm like, nah, that's the nigga you rocking with. And then you try to come over here. I'm like, oh hell
right,
no.
right. Yeah, what you're doing is you enforcing class, and there's a fundamental culture thing where black people, and that's black women and black men, they don't want to do that because they understand the economic thing when it comes to that shit. And so what a lot of people do is when we say these real legitimate gripes, we do like these real legitimate structural things. Because at the end of the day, SYSBM is a solution, intercultural dating is a solution. But see, motherfuckers don't want them to do that because then it's all this dick policing bullshit that starts to happen. Or you a sellout or you this, you that. Not that you just fucking with who was fucking with you. It ain't never that. Now with black women, it's that when they had to get a white man. But with us, it ain't that. And then you got some dudes that actually buy into that too. But when these things start to get enforced, you have dudes that for their own individual selfish reasons, they start to basically sexually politic. And then people pretend they don't know what's going on or why something's going on. There is no beef. People laid it out very clear. If you pick, it doesn't matter if you pick a street dude or if you pick a dude that's got some whatever, it's on point. If who you pick is who you need to stay with. And a lot of women don't want to stay in their lane. And so dudes want to play dumb. Like, oh, well, it's because you mad. Ain't nobody mad. Because you don't see dudes really be getting mad when a bitch chooses somebody. You didn't. By the way, perfect example. Haley Bailey. Haley Bailey is with a dude, one of these big time YouTubers that raps a little bit. And he's got like micro dreads and stuff like that. It was the black women that were pretty much thrashing Haley Bailey. It was people like O'Shea and other folks that did videos saying, "Nah, man, this is a good brother. This brother actually pulled his mother out of poverty when he got on. Is actually taking care of his family as the oldest. She actually picked a good dude. It wasn't a whole bunch of quote unquote educated lames seeing how he looked and was like, no, fuck that. Why you with him? But see, that don't get talked about. But whatever.
See, my thing is just, I don't see the women, and I just see the brothers going at each other. Like, what the hell?
Well,
and my whole thing is, I don't think it. I'm biased to what?
You're biased. You see, you have
what?
like the whole dude. This whole conversation, it's like you're advocating from a certain lane. You're saying what you see in a very focused scope. Me and Rael have given you a much more oversized view. And to be fair, Rael brought in the frat boy thing, which is what I wasn't even talking about. So you're the one to keep saying, you keep on making street niggas these fucking universal victims and shit.
No, I'm not. I'm not making nobody a victim. I'm saying, how are the men mad at each other for the shit the women are doing?
So where are you, other than Obsidian and Dennis, where are you observing this anger coming
from? But it's more than Obsidian and Dennis. It's
okay,
like this whole thing everybody that be in the comments with him agreeing with him too. So we're all in the manosphere. I don't give a fuck about what these women do. I'm trying to understand why are the men going at other men about shit.
Has any
Because
of you
hold
all
on, but
observed
hold on,
this
hold on.
shit?
You see what I'm saying? I'm not
Hold on,
advocating for
G.
nobody, Edward.
Hey,
Like,
hey,
I just see men attacking other men. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
G,
let me get in for a second. Let me get in for a second. Lotus Scalford, black women have made it clear they don't want educated lames. I can't speak for what black women want. I mean, you know, if they want who they want, that's all I'm gonna say.
Even like to, and here's the thing, and this is how I know. I just want to say this quick thing. This is how I know this is bullshit. Any nigga that calls Denny Sperling educated lame, you don't know what the fuck that is.
We're not calling nobody educated lames.
I've heard
I'm
a
saying,
couple of people say that.
why are the brothers mad at the brothers?
Well, you the only one saying that.
Hey,
Everybody else
that's what it
saying
is.
that.
let me put it in a better context. There's a bunch of HNIC complex in this space. So it's going to be the butting of heads and the clashing of minds because a lot of brothers think their ideal is better than the other brother. And that's just what it is. That's what we face every day in this space.
Yeah.
And it's pretty bizarre to me how men and I do kind of get what G's saying, how men are complaining about other men and the rhetoric that men use and it's over female shit.
But that's not really where it started. Like, let's keep it real. All this bullshit started because fucking Kevin Samuels talked to a bitch. That's where all this shit. Like, don't act like all of a sudden educated land, like motherfucker just came out, woke up like zombies, and just started like that's bullshit. And even hold on, time out. And even amongst what Dennis did. Dennis, who is a hood dude, basic, and by the way, Kevin is out of the fucking projects his damn self. He said, fuck that. I'm tired of me and my sons having to deal with this fucking bullshit because a whole bunch of weak ass niggas that I would fuck they up. I'm talking about Dennis, that I would fuck them up if I dealt with them in person. Is up in arms because of how Kevin comported himself to a chick. By the way, Dennis has been on TV his damn self. So he has an understanding as to how that works. And then Obsidian comes in because Obsidian just likes to start shit. And Obsidian, because of where he is right now, because I am giving you this, that Obsidian is starting shit. I am giving you that. G. And then he came in and behind that talking about some dick. Cause truth be told, that shit that Nicki Minaj said about niggas fucking, I'm like, nigga, where the fuck do you get that street dudes can't fuck off of what? I'm like, really? That's where you put what? I didn't even get that. But so I get on that front, I get that. But my point is, that's where it started. And
and this is what I'm saying. I think you misconstrued what
I
I'm
don't
saying,
understand where it's coming from. Come on, man.
All right. Let Donnie get in. Then I haven't heard from Chaos Rain or I haven't heard Black Uru in a while. So let's do it like that.
So let's do this. Can we agree on a consensus of what a street nigga is? Now I have a definition in my head on what a street nigga is, and the way I've heard it, I don't like the way the term is being used because I do not feel like it encapsulates what a street nigga actually is, right? And I'm sure everybody, if you ask everyone on the panel, they have a different definition. But can we get a consensus on what a street nigga is and a pookie and the difference, if you feel there is a difference?
I'm gonna say this. I don't understand really none of the terms like that. I just know niggas are saying pookie. Then they say Pookie is this and Pookie is that, and I'm confused. Like, damn, I'm not necessarily sure what a Pookie is, and I don't even agree with the term educated lame. Like, how could you be educated and lame? That don't make sense.
A street dude is a guy who makes his money via crime.
Okay, yeah.
Handles. I wouldn't even say crime. He handles his business in the streets.
Yeah.
which will
and you're
almost
going to
always
typically think
Well,
directly or
it's
indirectly
usually been attributed
triangulate
to a
crime.
criminal activity.
Yeah, because squares are people that usually,
Yeah,
even Tariq does it. You have a square job. It means you have a like 9 to 5, which is where these hoes talking about. I want a nigga with an
right,
entrepreneurial spirit. I need a nigga because that's coded language, by the way. When they say I
right.
want a dude that has big dreams and vision, I appreciate Tommy Lee because she said it straight up. That nigga might get a brick because when Kevin asked her point blank, because that was the first street chick he talked to, he said, she said, would you date somebody that works at Burger King? She said yes, because you never know. That dude could have just got out. He could have got a brick coming. She said, and Kevin was like, well, all right then. Because Tommy had her own money. And see, that I respect. That's why, like, love Dorsey, I keep bringing her up because she's with somebody that's equally yoked. And when I say equally yoked, I'm not saying she don't deserve to get with who she want. I'm saying that's who she picked. She happy with it. And she's in talking to people when it comes to women, checking women on stuff like that. But when you have women that they try, it's not about what the women do, because the women are going to do what they can get away with. The G where me and you are disagreeing, you're making it like niggas are just in here minding their own business. A lot of these niggas they buy into that shit. That's the thing. And they start, even when you were talking about yeah, man, that's what these women want. Cool. Because my thing is, again, if niggas go their own way, aka date who fucks with them, because that's what I advocate for. Black women can pick who the fuck they want to pick. Nigga, you just need to get over it, deal with it, and get in where you fit in. But see, when when that's called
Yeah, I'm with you on
needy,
that, Edward.
yeah, but when that's
Hurricane
called, and I
Fuck
Edward.
know
whoever
you
Hold
like
on.
yeah,
you.
I'm done. Yeah.
So can Black Uru now you were saying something, and I really wanted to hear what Black Uru was saying, and then I kind of really wanted to build off of that because he's the elder. He got
No,
extreme knowledge
I
that we
mean,
don't have.
a street dude is the guy who makes his money on various levels of criminal activity.
Right.
You know,
And
he operates outside the fringes of, legal ways to earn a living and to maintain home and residence, and usually sort of capitalizing either, like I say, directly or indirectly on some criminal related activity. Could be serious crime, obviously drugs, or hell, maybe even extortion or something of that sort, or it could be low level sort
Burglary.
of smash and grab, stealing. Well, I don't know if people steal radios out of cars these days. Maybe
they do,
not.
but
Used to
it's
be
not as
what
big.
would happen, smash and grab, shoplifting, things of that nature. That's your typical street dude.
So for me, while what Black Guru is saying is a part of that for me, you have individuals who maybe are in the street and they are acquiring talent. Like, they're getting people to do, who rap and maybe setting up street venues. And it's maybe, it may not always be above board, but they're in the streets. They intermingling with people in the street. Jay Prince, in my opinion, would be one of these dudes who does legal business, but he's kind of got the street element around him, right? And then when you think of a Pookie, I've always thought of Pookie Chris Rock from the movie, where he was a dude who was on narcotics, and he may not even be a dude
Yeah, a
on narcotics, but
non-productive black man, a
he's not doing
non-productive.
shit. Yeah, he's not doing shit, and he can be in the street. He can be around, and some of these dudes who are pookies, quote unquote pookies, will purport themselves to be street niggas, right? But
Yeah,
in my mind, even if you were a street nigga, a prime example would be Marjorie Harvey, right? She was fucking with a nigga who was in the streets, who was getting money and doing everything. They
Yeah,
set her up. But then after the fact, he got caught up in the feds and they came and got his ass. I wouldn't even fault a woman who was with that nigga because he's bringing a level of money. Now, granted, drug dealers don't have pensions, but
it,
he's bringing in the money and doing everything else. But I'm not going to hold you to a high standard on that in particular. But I know niggas who have never really been in the streets and done anything, and they've got 4 or 5 kids.
But
And
it's about women wanting bailouts. And here's it with
Right.
Marjorie. Marjorie was attracted. Look, when you look at Marjorie and Steve Harvey got on late. So he said that's the chick I wanted to deal with, on some Alicia Watkins shit. And I've seen Marjorie. She was attractive. I can see why he did
yeah,
that. And that's between him. That's his business. He chose to do that because I call that bargain basement shopping. He wouldn't have got a Marjorie before the kid and before all of that. But he said that's what I wanted. He got it. That's cool. But when we
Fact.
talk about this on a mass, here's the thing: this entitlement of bailouts, and the dude should be unison on that, whether they
Thank
get
you.
picked or not. But what happens is when you get street niggas and like these reform niggas that want to be pro-black all of a sudden, and then they try to say you need to help the community, you need to help the boys, you need. I'm like, nigga, that's between. I ain't got kids. That's between you and the fuck y'all want to do that with. And then it becomes you a sellout, or if you get a non-black woman, you a sellout. Like Kobe was looked at as a sellout by black men, gave him a reprieve. Black men just didn't like him snitching on, pillow talk shit, which I understand. But most dudes respected Kobe at least for what he did and what he was able to accomplish on the court and stuff like that. And then outside the court, as far as, comporting himself for business. The women literally danced on his grave. Talking, a lot of them. So all of them didn't. Lisa Leslie didn't. So I know, but some of them did.
A
And
lot of them did.
yeah, but and the main reason is because he was seen as a sellout. But guess what? It don't matter what Kobe did for the WNBA. It don't even matter that Kobe would have probably stayed with well, you never know. But Kobe dated Brandy first,
The
and
reason
Brandy broke
why
up with
they
his
hated
ass for Mace. Go
the
ahead, bro.
reason why they hated Kobe was because he was astoundingly successful. He was very good looking. He was tall. In many ways, he was the perfect, and he was brilliant. I mean, the man could speak like 6 different languages or whatever. He was
Oh
he was
shit.
the IBM, the ideal black man, and he achieved
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of that without any of them.
He didn't need
That's
them.
why they hated Kobe.
Yep,
Well,
he didn't
my
need them.
point, my point is he picked the black woman first, and then the black woman wanted to be with Mace because his good Brandy's daughter.
It don't matter. None of that matters
I
to
know
them.
that doesn't matter. No, I get what you're saying. I'm talking about for the context of other dudes to really understand this game, you know. And dudes will sit there and say, because the athletes technically, obviously athletes could be street dudes, whatever. We know that. The athletes don't really count. I kind of take the frat boys out of that too, because even though what Ryle says is absolutely correct, that's kind of like a different situation. But when dudes start to engage in the sexual politicking, you play into the woman's hands. And that goes true on both sides, which is why, again, I don't agree with how Obsidian's going about doing this. My philosophy is separation. Is productive dudes, whether they come from the street, like what you call it, like Dennis and the tired of that, or whether they were in the suburbs or whatever from the start, they need to separate and create their own brand. And this is where the problem is. And this is why I go
Yep.
back to what Rael said about the frat boy thing. Great for
Yep.
adding that into it. Niggas are mad because you see somebody that's basically reaching into that infinity stone. And the last time I saw this was Kanye, when Kanye went up against 50 Cent, where they were playing doing that with their albums, and then Kanye had motherfuckers wearing polos and shit. And because that was the cool thing. And if he would have ran with that, like had he would have bought Fat Farm and stopped looking for these white dudes validation, he could have potentially really changed the culture at that time. Now what you see is even the inkling of a potential of somebody being able to reach into that damn infinity box and potentially gauge the culture, because you got to remember, we're in an era of not a lot of resources because of inflation, because of COVID, because a lot of dudes that are quote unquote, whether it's white, black, whoever, are getting knocked out of that top 6-figure box because of jobs and automation and all of that. So it's fewer of these guys. So what happens is when resources get like that, all of that, I want to deal with niggas because that bullshit, that goes out the window unless you a nigga that really knows how to put it down. That's never going to go out of style. But every street nigga ain't that nigga. So the
Hey,
point is, you got
But hold on.
now that's when
Hold
a
on.
lot of dudes are having a problem, and
Hold
nobody
on.
wants to talk about that.
Hold on. It seems like every time there's a time for a consensus to form, it's like this space gets hit with a nuke,
Yeah, niggas
and
are flipping the table.
it undoes all the work that has been done. Um, I think this is well, I'm not think I know this is a
hey,
generational issue too, because the Gen Z application to this argument makes this shit null and void. Because the truth of the matter is that generation of men is not of the mindset of saving these hoes. They're not gonna do it. then they're not going to do it. It doesn't matter how much cajoling. And I seen that dude up there trying to cajole younger dudes, impressionable dudes, to try to say these hoes. And that shit
Yeah.
is just not going to
You talk
work.
about
It
Dennis?
yes,
Yeah, I
it is
disagree
not.
with that completely. Go ahead.
It is not. It is not.
Hey, hey,
Hold on.
let me hold on one second. Let me say something. Hey, person backstage, you might as well just go away. I already seen who you are, so pretty much you can fuck off. Like I don't know, trying to that Victoria person. That was a fake profile, guys. So,
I mean, yeah, I don't know
But
why
that's
y'all
the
be
Yeah,
thing,
attacking.
though.
we already knew it was. I already knew it
But
was.
that's the thing, though,
Um,
bro. I just don't like
hold
to
on,
see
G.
the
Hold on. I
brother.
wasn't finished,
Go
G.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Hold on, G. I want to finish. Let me finish. Um, it's like because we've seen this happen before. We've seen content creators try to make the argument of saving this group under the guise of straightening the men out. It's like when women say, when black females make the argument, well, there's not enough good black men to go around. Now that's a very
Then date a
disingenuous
white man.
argument. There's a very disingenuous argument because number one, as an individual woman, you don't need a whole bunch of men to be right. You just need one. And based on the numbers that we have seen, because see the statistics is busting these broads upside the head. And we start talking about the men who don't have kids, the men who are in the middle class. That argument, because for about 25 years to 30 years, maybe more, we have heard many of these females say that make that argument. The reason why we're not getting married is because there are not enough good black men to go around. We've seen ABC have specials on this why successful black women can't get married. That I've been to I've been to HBCU before, and I've been to a public university. In both spaces, I have seen plenty of educated black men who are getting their shit together. And in those spaces, I saw black females in those same spaces. Guess what wasn't happening? Those females were not linking up with these dudes for marriage. I know dudes who were in fraternities. I know dudes personally who told me about things like they had things like head parties where a chick that had 10 dudes on a row with their Johnsons out, and how a chick will go down the whole damn row sucking them all off.
oh God.
Now,
Yeah.
now, what I'm saying is that now these are the educated class of females, because many times when we having these arguments, many of these females trying to make it seem like, well, the type of women y'all choosing, y'all going to the hood chick when they try to
Which is
fight back against the
bullshit.
argument that we're making. They cannot make that argument because many of these females are even worse than the hood chicks. I've seen hood chicks who had standards. They wasn't like if dudes wasn't up to par, like they wasn't messing with dudes. Dudes had to step up. But in that environment, when it comes to fraternity class, and even Kevin has talked about his history as far as being able to get ass and stuff like that in his fraternity days. So it's not like that didn't happen. So the reality of the situation is that what I'm saying is these females play both sides, because as long as they can play, but because as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit about a dude's history. If a dude, if he's productive, because let's take it like this. If a dude is 30, 35, and let's say it takes for him to get to 30, 35, 40 to get his shit together. A man at 30, 35, 40 getting his shit together is more valuable to a community than a female that's 35, 40 single and ain't got no man. He's more valuable.
Yeah.
He can be more productive. So he can be an addition to the group, no matter if he started late, he got in trouble. If he did his time, if it was jail, if he did his time and he's productive, I don't care. And so the reality is that they try to play both sides. So this one side can look down upon the other side. This other side can look down upon the other side. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. A person like
Yeah,
Dennis,
that's
he
what
talked
I'm
about
saying.
hold on. Dennis talked about his experience having to go to court, dealing with his stuff with his kid's mother. The so-called pookie types have had those same experiences. It's not like these females are treating one side better. It just depends on what
I don't know
stage of
what
their hold on. Hold on. It depends on what stage of life these females are in. If they're in a younger phase of their lives, they're gonna go for a lot of the hot girl summer type of experience. When they get older, they'll try to claw their ways to a so-called educated lane because they know over the course of time he has a much higher chance of paying the bills over a consistent point of time. But they still are playing both sides, and black men have to
and,
stop
and,
falling for that strategy, man.
and here's another thing too, real quick. It ain't that dudes are mad, it's business. From a business standpoint, there is no fucking reason why a dude has built himself up. I don't give a damn if they're a street dude or whatever, to be going and cleaning up after what another man has done. Period. No, you can't make that argument. And what people try to do, I'm not even talking about on this panel, because is people will try to sneak that argument in on some pro-black shit. Now, in this case, Dennis was talking about saving black. You cannot save black. That's like trying to save a criminal from crime. They're choosing to do it. Like you can't save them or what? Like think of how that sounds. We got to save them from Pookie. Like I'll say this and then I'll fall back a little bit. There was stories. Shout out to Pink Book because she covered this, but other people did. But she covered this and it brought it into like to attention. How many? It was two stepdads that got killed because they quote unquote tried to save their stepdaughter. One was a dad and one was a stepdad from a Pookie. The Pookie that she let in the house after he said not to come in the house, let in the house armed, and then turned knowing her stepdad had a gun. This is like two situations, like different situations where this happened. The famous twins was one, and then the other one was another situation. You can't save that. They're making an active choice, and you can say it's driven by sexual shit and shit like that. And so any nigga talk about, well, we just get rid of the poop, nigga, that's not gonna happen. You're not in that type. Like even in the goddamn third world where you could kind of pull that a little bit, you don't do it that way. What you do is you shame the women and say you gonna be left in poverty because you're not gonna be a burden to the family. That's how people do it globally. They don't do we're just going to get rid of the guys because that's not how it works. They understand women control sexual selection. So on those points, I don't really know what he's talking about on that front, honestly. But we've already addressed that. That's why we focus on the women in the fucking first place. Man.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I had an issue with. I couldn't figure out, what I've already stated because we know that these women are going to do what they're going to do. We have no control over who they pick to lay down. And we shouldn't be mad at each other or criticizing each other, whether you are productive and or not productive. Like, it doesn't matter because you don't control who selects who has sex with who or who lays down with who. We don't control that. So how could one group of men be angry at another group
Again,
of men?
you keep framing it that way. From my perspective, everything popped off when Kevin started talking. Every time Kevin talks to a bitch, niggas are getting mad. And when I'm finding, to be fair, there are niggas on both sides doing that, but I find that shit is coming from one way. I mean,
and most definitely, I could not understand that because I don't watch Kevin shit. Like I don't.
Well, I mean, Ramil, I don't have an issue with Ramil, but let's keep it real. Like Ramil quit YouTube over the shit and then came back when he talked to Nikki. And then a lot of this in my chat, all I'm seeing is niggas talk about Kevin. And you gotta remember, me and Rael and Blkppl, we've been here for years. We go all the way back to the Coliseum, like 3-4 years.
I used to watch y'all. I used to watch y'all doing that.
So you know how
That's
works.
what I'm saying. But I'm saying this. I could never understand the animosity. That's my thing. It was an animosity there that I could never understand.
Look, the animosity comes. Okay, let me tell you exactly where the animosity comes from. If a nigga is saying I'm fucking bitches and you gonna be a fucking dishwasher and clean up after a bitch that I nut on, do you think that's gonna create some motherfucking animosity? And then if you do that on the grounds of creating a community. Saying that's what the community needs to do. And to be fair, it was a couple of niggas that did that. It wasn't just street niggas. You think that's what nigga, don't act like you say you were there, but you don't hear what was said. I
No,
see.
I heard this shit. I just
Oh, but
don't
you
know, like,
laughing. You laughing. I can hear it.
because the shit, like,
Exactly. So don't
the
play with
shit,
me, dude. Go
the
ahead.
shit weird to me though. That like, that's how I see it in my mind. Like, so this group of niggas, like, I just don't know how to perceive the whole situation.
It should hold on,
Cause,
G. It should
yeah,
be weird to you if you understand. You understand based on your background how important a community actually is.
most
You
definitely,
understand that.
most
So
definitely.
based on your background,
Oh
it's
God.
understandable to see why men will react that way who
So,
actually value a community. So when they're tasked, especially when it comes to their, because now we're talking about labor. So when you're tasking them with the labor of building something that
Wow.
you are
Oh
consistently
God. He took the
being
cash.
instrumental in bringing down with through your woman as a woman, and you can get men to fight over this. You're
Yeah,
the
man.
puppet
What's going
master.
on?
let me
You're
say
the
this
puppet
in
master.
let me say this in a reverse way. What if I say, all right, I'll make X amount of dollars and I'm just gonna come in and rent your bitch nut in her fucking mouth and then you can deal with it after I'm done. By the way, I'll throw you like a couple of $100 on her stomach once I'm done with her. That you could fucking get a quarter of the rent paid. Now G makes 100,000, so
which
that's
is
not gonna
actually
Yeah.
happening out
that's
there.
not gonna affect G because he makes money. But a niggas that ain't like G, they're gonna or like Grinch where they built
Yeah.
themselves up, they gonna be like, yo, okay, you can do that. I'm gonna take that shit and I'm gonna kill your ass. How about
Yeah.
that? Like I'm from Chicago.
Yeah.
Let's stop playing. Like,
Oh
come on,
God.
man.
They were screaming.
I, I ain't screaming, but you get what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
passionate.
get it, man.
You know
That's
how it is
good.
with Chicagoans.
And
Alan
you
Roger
know,
Curry does that
and
too. Your
this
voice
is why I
starts
don't do
pitching.
this on a regular basis.
Well, I'm not mad. I'm
I
not
mean,
mad.
my
I'm just
numbers are up just
advocating a
fine
different.
without them.
But I'm just saying that's the other side of it. That's why tricking is so taboo in the black community. Because if you start to use economics to level that playing field, niggas got a magic. You notice how niggas just get instinctually repulsed by that. Like some dudes will say tricking is literally destroying the community. I've heard that.
No, the reason why the argument about tricking is so prevalent is because females in the average black female in Black America has to make black men think that game is getting them vagina. They have to make
Exactly.
them think that that's how they're getting it. But if you study body language, if you understand body language, even in body language research, it shows that the woman makes the first move, not the man. The man might make the first approach, but the woman makes the first move by just giving certain cues to the man that she's interested in, hoping that he pays attention to her enough and picks up on the cues to approach her. So it's not how can you run game on a female who has already chosen you before you even talk to her?
That's why dudes don't
If
talk
she
about
if
pre-qualification.
she's if hold on, if she's interested in you on a in a sexual way, and if she hasn't talked to you and you haven't talked to her, and she's giving you social cues to approach her, she's interested in you sexually. Now, if you talk to her and then you talk yourself out of it, then that's another story. But if she gives you the social cues from an animal standpoint, she is saying to you she's interested in you sexually. This is why I used to hear
Yeah.
from black females in the 1990s. I heard this all the time. I know within the first 2 minutes of me talking to a dude whether I'm going to have sex with him. I used to hear that all the time. So this notion that black females don't understand who they're dealing with, they don't know what to do. That's bullshit. They've been getting
Yeah.
away with that lie for
And
too many years.
and
And hold on. The reason why they've been able to get away with this lie is because they got silly niggas thinking game is the reason why they getting ass, and it's not that she's
and,
already chosen you.
and here's the truth. The truth is you got a lot of dudes in the hood and the street that they basically co-conspire. They play that game because to them, oh, them niggas got money. They a sell out anyway. They a lick. They a mark. They do that. I've heard it. Because nigga, I keep telling you, I'm in the middle, and black people don't know how to keep their mouth shut. Y'all be letting very known what you think. This is why niggas talking about, oh, if you go overseas, you dealing with them chicks with dirty feet and all of that. Like dudes get, it's like they become agents like Agent Smith, and they start promoting the gynocracy because that shit. You notice how G started laughing. That's a gynocracy like system. And then you got dudes that because that's the best they can do, whoever they are. And then you got dudes that they may be making money, but they still buy into that culture. This is why if dudes start hopping the fence, that's a problem. You know, that you always got to look at niggas like as a sellout because you're fucking breaking the taboo codes. So then, and I see people in the chat talk about what Obsidian did. Look, y'all don't have to watch Obsidian. I don't understand why y'all keep on making it. Obsidian don't run everything in the space. Why y'all on some Obsidian said Obsidian? Obsidian is one dude. Like y'all act like, come on. But the point is, when the issue with Kevin is as strong as Kevin gets, he's getting closer and closer because his whole main edict is image. So his whole directive is to change the image, or at least to give black men an image to where a lot of black men that he initially came in to help can actually have a status like what Ryo was talking about this on the fraternity front. He was a fraternity brother. Nigga, do you know that there is, y'all know the medium.com?
No.
Okay, this is a website that does, like, it aggregates news. It's a big website. It's a big website. This website literally has an article, and it's a long article. It's not like some short, boss up headline bullshit about Alan Roger Curry and Kevin, two frat brothers fall out because da da da. So basically, Kevin's getting to the point where he could potentially start to even so slightly affect the news a little bit, at least on the social media level. So the point is, the higher he's gone up, the more problems you start to see happen. See, that Tommy Lee shit wasn't a big deal. That was cute. Then once you started to get to the Brittany Renner shit, now it's like, what the fuck is going on? Now you see Nicki Minaj. And then once the Future thing came out, which he was all up in that music video. He wasn't just in the front and that was it. He was like in the beginning, middle, and towards the end. Medium. Yeah, I mean, it's like the more he gets up there, the louder and angrier people get. And now what you saw what Dennis did, whether you agree with how he did it or not, is Dennis is pushed back hard. And then people are not used to that. They're not used to people doing that. They're used to motherfuckers just not saying nothing or making the arguments and leaving it alone. They're not used to people using those same tactics. And so now people want to people are not being honest about what's the real problem is. And that's where I start to get annoyed.
Hey, wait 1 second. Marshawn, I've never seen you before. What's going on? Who are you?
Nigger!
Okay, all right. See, that's why I put those images up.
Hey, what's good, Kev?
Yeah, what's good, Chaos? What's going on?
What was that?
Yeah, Chaos, you just got to jump in here.
Flash is Nasty Peckwood?
What?
I don't know. I mean, he got the N word out, but we have countermeasures to that shit because I'm not doing the shit
that could it
where you create like a whole fucking funnel shit.
No, I mean, like, I put the picture up there because it eliminates them quick, because those are guys that's just up here to play porn and get our channel shut down.
No, that's smart. That's smart. Yeah, I don't know why y'all saying Atari. Atari did not destroy Dennis. Y'all got to stop that. But again, and that's another thing. People are riding with they dude. And that's another thing that's stupid. Like, yeah, man, I'm riding with this person. I'm riding. It's like, yo, at the end of the day, people need to be focused on growing and stop focusing on this, like, inside baseball bullshit, because y'all can't. People want to jump on Dennis because they can't get at Kevin. So they want to jump on Dennis and Obsidian. But Obsidian needs to stop fanning it. But a lot of this shit is a waste of time. It really is. But anyway.
Yeah, Indigenous TV, Kev, why do all the weirdo trolls only come around at night? Well, I'm only on at night, so I don't know if they come to other channels or whatever. They might. But it is what it is. They look for a StreamYard link to jump on. Plus, I think that person has been up here before. So, I mean, I just put up the image. Also, Edward, you said you wanted to... What exactly on this list of 6 things that you vehemently disagree with?
Yeah, let's see. So first First of all, I appreciate him putting it in there like this, so it makes it easy to say if you agree or disagree. Let me see. So, make bastard children, leave mothers single mothers, which in turn makes the kids prone to criminal activities. Um, Generally, what I want to do is on a spectrum from 1 to 10, like agree or disagree. 5 is neutral, 10 is absolutely agree, 1 is vehemently disagree. I would say on number 1, I would give that a 6, a 7. Six. I'm gonna give that a 6 because number 1, black women are going out of their way to look for niggas that's gonna give them sperm, which ain't even every street dude. Because the statistics show that. Also, a lot of these women say, "I wanted the baby, not the man." Or a lot of them, this could be easily solved by them getting married. And if a man doesn't marry you, you shouldn't carry their kid. This is complete 100% control by the women. Saying that Pookie is doing that, no, they're just available to do that. And the women are going out of the way to find them. We also know that women are doing that with other races of Pookies as BGS's statistics. So I don't put that, I put that on them on a 6. 2, sell drugs to the community. That's an 8. 3, kill our sister. Though to the extent that those dudes are doing that. Uh, Somebody's breathing hard.
Oh, sorry, my
Oh,
lips were
okay. I
right by
thought
the
somebody was
mic.
asleep. 3, kill our sisters, brothers, and children. That is a that's a that's a 4. I'm more that's a 4, that's more of a 4. And the reason why I say that is because usually when that shit happens, it's because they're on a send off mission. That they were sent off by a bitch. So this idea that they're just immediate victims. Attack innocent elderly minorities and white people and children. Like what? I'm gonna say that's a 3, because black on black crime is a lot more prevalent than them folks doing shit outside of the community. So that white folks shit, trust me, white folks ain't gonna let that go down. And to be real, let's keep it real. Pookies are not attacking children like that. Let's stop that. 5, raping women. My bad. Raping women and leading them to a path of degeneracy. That's a I'd say 3.5, probably 4. Making us the most hated man in the world. I'd say that's a I'd say that's a 7. But a 6 because black women do a much better job at destroying our reputation than street dudes do. And every group has a contingent of lower class dudes. The problem is black women sexually satisfy them, which makes them more bigger. They actually elevate them in the culture. We understand that women are the main viewer consumers of social media, the main consumers of media by percentage, pound for pound, and they want to see these type of dudes, and this is what they promote, this is what they pay for, which it gives them an excuse to do it. So yeah, I don't agree. I don't really fully agree with any of this. The way he framed this is framed as a way of making it like the women are victims of
Black
the
men are
dude.
the fault. That's
And
exactly
and
what
I
I
don't and
said.
I don't agree with that. Now, if people stuck with that, we wouldn't have an argument. But people want to bring in the like add in the lame part, like, oh, well, you a lame. I'm like, no. Again, Dennis is a hood dude, like at his core. So this idea that people are bringing the lame crap into it. And say what you want to about Obsidian. Obsidian is a blue collar dude. He works with his hands. He comes from Marines. Obsidian ain't no Urkel, regardless of what y'all want to say. And he's in Philly, where Urkels get 8 up in there. So what are you talking about? So even Sergeant Willie Pete ain't no Urkel.
It's
So
it's a military trained man.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, this idea that he's a quote unquote lame, educated lame. I mean, I don't see Obsidian as that doesn't mean I don't see
He's a
so.
disciplined name. He's disciplined, very disciplined. But
But
Hey, 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 let me jump in for a second. Okay, look, he said what Pookie has done, making bastard children that leave the mother single mothers, which in turn makes the kid prone to criminal activities. I'm never going to stray away from the whole it's the child's environment, whatever environment was provided for them by the custodial parent, and if it was a single mother, then I'm sorry, that's the environment they came up in.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, sell drugs to the community. I mean, you can't really say things about people who do shit to themselves. I mean, they're the guys that sell the drugs, and then there's the people who choose to take it in their system.
I said Dennis is a hood dude. I didn't say he was Pookie. There's a difference.
Yeah, well, hood dude, pookie, whatever. But I'm reading off the list.
No, I'm talking in the chat.
Oh, okay. All right. 3, kill our sisters, brothers, and children. That's a little extreme. That just makes it seem like you're trying to push a narrative. I mean, what you're inadvertently doing is you're trying to make black men the bad guy again.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, number 4, attack innocent elderly minorities and white people and children. Now, I have seen some crazy videos, but still, it seems like you're still just trying to push this horrible narrative, and you're trying to go to an extreme to make people invoke emotion enough to make people turn against these guys. It's called divide and conquer. Um, 5, raping women and leading them to a path of degeneracy. The narrative is supposed to be that Pookie is willingly getting the snatch. He doesn't have to rape anyone.
Yeah,
He's getting enough pussy. And I mean, like, for a group of women, they say that they don't want us to lead them. That sounds horrible. Like,
yeah. So I mean, the thing about it is, like this. Even the point is, all of this is solved with sexual selection. So you don't. So no other group. Well, we're just going to jump on them. That's not how that works. Because you don't live like that's not how that works. You have to hold women accountable to who they sexually pick. And when I say hold them accountable, this is dudes not clean them up and bail them out. Now, if you got a female that let's say she got 2 kids by another dude and she's an 8 or 9, then dudes are gonna bargain basement shop. That's gonna happen. And inadvertently that forces women to keep themselves up. But we don't even have that in our community. You got women that are literally entitled to think that they will literally tell you they think they should have a man with no kids when they got 2 or 3 kids. And to be fair, what you do is you provide options for men to get their needs met as far as if they want relationships, if they want sex, and then you basically hold the line on that. Every street dude should be against dick policing. Every street dude should be for dudes traveling. Cause hell, if they travel, that takes more people out of the market, the pool. So when you
Well,
have dudes,
somebody got to take care of somebody else's kids.
well, that's where
And
the but that's and this is why when G was talking
and
And
about
if
stepdaddy do
brothers
it.
are traveling or dating interracially, then that's fewer of us who suckers enough to take care of the
well,
kids.
and that's where G because me and G and I was respectfully, having a discourse when he says he don't understand. I'm like, dude, you're not dumb. Like I know you're not dumb. So I mean,
No, it's not. It's not. Hold on. It's not about him being dumb. He
no,
he
he's
he
not.
he legit. But
Go
people
ahead.
people people can be ignorant. That doesn't mean they're dumb. They just don't know.
G said that he was in he was listening back in the Coliseum days. That means he's very familiar with those conversations. He knows all the angles because
Hold on.
what we had.
You could be familiar with the conversations,
No, he
but
was there.
hold on. I know he was there. Let me say what I'm gonna say first. It doesn't mean that there are men who just don't understand the strategies that's employed. We've seen a lot of females talk a lot of dumb shit, but the strategies that they employ a lot is something that has been obscured in a lot of ways. And one of the reasons why that shit has been obscured is because they have had the ability to get different sides fighting against each other. Because if there is a consensus on what is good and what is bad, because men historically typically are the law makers, we are the ones that set the tone in terms of what the rules are. Then we pass the rules to the women who are the teachers of the culture so they can teach the rules to the children. So if you can't get the men to come together on a consensus, it's going to be hard to enforce any kind of authority on the women because there is no rules to enforce because the men can't get a consensus. Whatever divide that you fall on, first of all, black men need to understand that what you're basically fighting over in black America is fucking table scraps anyway. That's really what black men need to really understand. What you're fighting for consistently or inherently is table scraps. But because there's such a low number of quality women amongst this table scraps, the ones who look good are overly amplified because there's such a low quality in the like for example, I remember years ago being in Atlanta, and a woman was like, "Man, with all these women here, man, it should be easy for you to find a wife." I said, "Yeah, the numbers might be 16 to 1." I said, "But you got to break down the quality of that 16." I said, "Just because it's 16 single women, that doesn't mean they're good. It's a reason why they have a single." And so, even though they outnumber us, if any other, if this was any other group, the men would be in a position in a position of power because of the numbers, but because of how the so-called community operates, the women who are most obese, overweight numbers, kids out of wedlock, body counts, all those things historically would be a way to judge women as being low grade. But because the men can never get to the consensus because they both play both sides, that's how they're constantly holding the power position. This argument is just nothing but another form of that being taken, that power being centralized by these types of women, because we've already destroyed this argument. All these silly little arguments, man, we've already destroyed it. We've done the stats, we've done the historical analysis, we've done everything possible. They haven't offered anything to refute what we've been saying, except shaming tactics like, "Oh, y'all hate black women," and all that stuff is out the window. They can't get by with that stuff anymore. So black men are silly for actually participating in these types of arguments, because the truth of the matter is, especially black men with daughters, especially black men with daughters, with adult daughters who do want their daughters to be married. Especially these types of men should be saying to their daughters, "It's a new breed of black men that's forming out here. And this stuff that you seen your female counterparts do, and hot girl summer and all that, these brothers out here, they're not going for that. And if you choose to identify with these types of females because just they happen to be black and you see them on TV and you operate like them, don't come back later saying no, black men don't want you." Because if you're a quality woman in this type of environment, if you're a quality black female in this type of environment, man, you should be winning at the highest level, because there's so many low grade black females. You should be the one standing out the most, and there's a lot of black men that's going to have to step up and really impress upon their daughters, their adult daughters who do want to marry black men. They need to impress upon them that there is a generation of black men that's out here that are not going to go for that. You might be able to get away with that from boomer generation and part of Generation X, but these later generation of black men who have all these different women at their fingertips throughout the world, just because you have all these different social media apps that allow them to connect, that those days are gone in terms of those generations. And those black men are going to really have to really impress upon their daughters, man, what the environment really is, because if they're not really prepared for that environment, it's going to be a storm for them that they're not going to recover from.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, that's a perspective. My perspective. I mean, I'm not saying that's not wrong. That's not correct. I will say that amongst what you talking about, some of them dudes are ignorant. Some of them they be knowing and they be saying that, and there's degrees to that on the spectrum. So people, but when people say they absolutely don't know, like we're not dealing with somebody that ain't been in the conversation for a minute. People know. It's just like, for instance, even like when we have the money conversation, you have people that will sit there and say, "Well, money don't matter." Like, yes, it does. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It matters for sexual access, but in the long run, it does matter. And even promoting this idea that it doesn't matter is problematic for black men because it sets a tone that too many black men buy into. This is why niggas are not getting they shit. They not even starting to get their shit together till they in their 30s. because what happens is they buy into this money doesn't matter thing. And this is why dudes get mad at me when I say black men are scared of money. Now, we know the exceptions to the rule. We know like the 20% that's not true. But like for a vast majority of black men, they tend to buy into certain cultural diversions. Even dudes that got money will sit there and keep on propagating that money don't matter. But at the same time, it's this thing about, well, the bitches want us. That's just like how it's this idea that light skinned dudes lose, but niggas be getting mad about certain shit like that. Like,
Bitches want who they want.
yeah, exactly.
Period.
It's these certain
is
perversions, and then when niggas want to be select rather than they want to be picked. Niggas, bro, niggas are acting like pick-me's. That niggas are the pick-me's,
True.
basically. They basically, that's how they act. If you look at how women describe what a pick-me is, that's how niggas operate. Talk about somebody want this group or that group. Even, and to be fair, I'm not talking about just G. Like, even with it, I don't even like, and I keep on bringing up City because he's the most biggest example on the other side that's been consistent of that. When you talk about the average everyday brothers, but at the same time, he's sitting there trying to, you're not gonna logic your way into getting these women to pick certain dudes. That's not how that works. Which is why I've always said women pick who they want. What you control is what you deal with, and the deal that you make and enforce and your standards. It's not about being angry at women. It's business. Like even if you look at a Melanie King, because that she's been a topic of conversation. If you look at her husband was married to, or who she was married to, that is not a nigga that you would be like, oh man, she was just fucking around. She picked up for this, that, third. But at the end, she's an attractive woman. But at the end of the day, she's like 40 and she's got 2 kids. Why would you have a long-term relationship with her to remarry her? The only purpose of really remarrying somebody is for kids. Unless you just an older dude that's in your 55 or something and you just want a companionship shit and she's setting the tone that that's what it's going to be. You see what I'm saying? It's business. It's not about being mad, but see, they try to make it personal.
business. What's the business aspect of
Well,
it?
I mean, the business of your legacy. Like, why would you pick a chick that's all like if you're worth X amount of dollars or you know you're up and coming? Like, let's say you're 35 and you know you have the momentum as far as trajectory, as far as money you're making, stuff like that. Why would you sit there and then deal with a female that's your age? We're gonna take out that she's very attractive, that she's your age, but she's been whether it's ran through, even if she don't got kids, because then she can't bond to you, or she has kids. From a business perspective, what is actually she's giving to you?
Okay.
This is
All
that
right.
where what you bring to the table to come from, and women till this day can't answer that
All right.
fucking question.
Yeah. Yeah. We. Uh, what's the point in this space, guys? Like when people say shit like, and I get it. I get the annoyance with that question, but when people say stuff like, this space is just for getting bitches, and you got a guy like me in the space that tries to have like, other conversations, and then you have, guys that try to have the money conversation and the entertainment conversation. Where are they getting this getting bitches from? This is what I.
Because that's the only place they can argue from.
Okay.
Like it's easy. People ask me, in my opinion, this space, our job is to network as many black men as possible and give black men the information and tools to basically design their life as they see fit, putting work in there. You have people that are diametrically opposed to that because that upends the status quo. So part of what we do is trying to network as many black men as possible, and also anti-propaganda, in which Rael talked about, where we break down the bullshit that they've been talking about for decades. This stuff is outright, like, women have been outright lying. And by the way, shout out to Pink Book, who put out that 1970s and 80s commentary of those women talking about they don't need no man, and then their daughters are saying the same thing, which basically literally out their mouths, which proves what we've been talking about. So it's an anti-propaganda situation, and the reason why the women are always talked about is because the women are one that are generally in control of the media, basically propagating the anti-propaganda that fucks us up, whether you deal with them or not, whether you're married or not.
And where is the link for that?
A link for what?
What she talking about? She revealed something about the
I
70s.
mean, I mean, I'll put the link of the video in the thing.
Okay.
She probably has videos in her description. I mean, just type in Pink Book, it'll come up there. It's the last couple of videos. But she's been literally pulling the footage from like the 70s and the 80s, not just saying it. and literally playing the footage of what these women were saying back then, which is, some old school BGS stuff. My point is, so when dudes bring in the quote unquote it's about bitches, it's the same thing. It's the same thing that G was doing. You mad because you don't get pussy. That's the only argument. That's the argument people. Ryle's been here. Like who all y'all been here. That's the argument they've been making. Because that's the only argument they make. Because they're saying that if you were fucking, you would buy into this gynocracy too.
Mm. Because
That's something to be challenged. To challenge that.
Chaos Rain. Wait up a second. I'll let you go in just a second. But I've heard all kinds of things about who belonged in this space, who didn't belong in this space. I've heard a few people say they don't understand why married men are in this space because this is supposed to be a relationship trauma space. And, I've also heard that dads with daughters shouldn't be here. We got to get rid of them niggas too. To me, it's always all of these lines being drawn when to my understanding there is literally a lane for every kind of discussion here, and it seems to me the more popular discussions don't even happen within the space. It's the black men ain't shit discussions, and I'm not trying to go tit for tat, but it's to the point, and this is myself as a content creator. I don't give a fuck what people talk about right now, because if we're trying to take a examination if we're trying to really, you know, go at it like with the counter narrative, there are plenty of content creators that facilitate the conversations that everyone says is so weird and these guys don't talk anything about.
Well,
but
you got a lot
I
of
do
politicking
understand.
going on.
I do understand. I do understand that with black men, we have to be our best selves in these situations. We can't lower to other people's levels.
Well,
We
you
can,
got a lot of
yeah.
dudes that they try to make this space what they think it should be. And it's like my thing is you can create a YouTube channel, you can create a Discord network, you can do whatever you want to create your own circle, but they have this tendency to want to go to other people. I cuss my people out almost every day now. Like saying, y'all need to stop trying to enforce what you think I'm gonna do. If you don't like it, unsubscribe, or I'm gonna help you unsubscribe. That's what I tell my people. I literally told them that earlier today because you have folks that and I executed that on some people because they really think they can tell other people what to do. And it's like you are infringing upon people's liberty. At the end of the day, and another thing too on that marriage thing is black men rejected MGTOW at the beginning of 2.0. They outwardly rejected. They said it was gay, it was homoerotic. I remember it, I was there. So people shut that conversation down. And now what you have is people that really want to be MGTOW and everything but name only. To me, pump and dump is a MGTOW tactic, because it's anti-relationship. Now, I'm not against pump and dump as a tactic, but
51% of or over of black men not having any children, not being married, sure as hell sound like Nick told to me.
yeah, but exactly. So, and as an Igmore, that was like more defined for a black man because Igmore, even in its tenets, is you can have sex with other women, other races of women, just don't have kids with them. So it basically was for, what would this look like if black men engaged in it? And this is why the Igmores, BGS, Art, me, Night Templar, we tend to not be on the I need to get credit for everything and stuff like that because we're more about having the information and spreading out and letting people do what they want to do with it. But you have dudes, a lot of these dudes aren't even content creators. That's what's crazy. They want to tell you what they're not content creators. They don't donate. They don't chat. Like I have an itemization of the people that give me cash apps because I can get a statement out of Cash App. And the niggas that talk the most shit are not the ones that give me any money. Now there's a couple, but for the most part,
Yeah,
it's like you ain't even paying.
well, as far as paying and everything, I do understand that black men, when we step on these platforms, we have to create our own value. It's not gonna, people are not just gonna hand it to us. We have to,
Yeah.
we have to be we have to be the ones like not to, I would say, beg or to shame, but they have to decide this on their own. That's why I don't really get mad when I don't receive super chats
Well, the
or
argument, well, the argument is, people will bring up a certain content creator with an avatar that's light skinned. I'll leave it at that, and they're bringing that up to my chat as if it's the content creator's fault that people are giving them money, and it's like that's
we
not our
Yeah,
can't
fault.
make we
I was
can't
there
make
at work.
people we can't make people give other certain people
Yeah,
money. You have to talk to that person directly, like, and they'll, and I've said this before. They'll tell you what's on their mind once you say something like that. You can't come to us. We can't speak for these people.
yeah, and
You
it's
know.
like, and I'm like, y'all not even screenshotting and shaming the dudes that y'all see over there doing. I'm not saying you should, but my point is, you all act like I said, you all are talking to me like you all are like the investor class. Like if I'm a corporation and I'm the CEO and chairman, and you all are investors, and you got like one stock out of like a million stocks, and then you know what they said in my chat? They said, "No, we the board." I'm like, bullshit. You the board, and that's the problem. They literally said that, and I didn't even mention that. I said that's the problem. Y'all think y'all the board, and I say there's only a couple of y'all that donate to me that can even try to pull that, and the ones that do don't say shit. The rest of y'all, like some of y'all, don't even like the video. And what they do is I get it. They're on a phone or a device, and they're jumping from panel to like thing to thing to thing. Because I do that. I can be in multiple chats at once, right? And then
Mhm.
it's like you see it from this person to this part, and you want to ride for your content creator. I said, yo, I said, for instance, with Angry Man, and this is not a bad thing. I said, let's say, okay, that's your guy. That's your guy, right? Okay, why don't you chat mob Kwame Brown and say, oh man, you're good. Man, Angry Man, y'all should do a collab. Email them. You know what I'm saying? Zoe would call it cash mob, but I say chat mob. Shit, throw some super chats in there to get attention.
Well,
Help you. Like these are ways for you to help
but
the person you ride with. Ramil too. Just shout out to Jap who did an interview with Ramil. Okay, he's reaching back. Those are things you could do to help the dude that you think represents you. I'm not against that, but don't come in here on every contest somebody like your size or my size, and you sitting there like, yeah, man, he a real one. You ain't a real one. What the fuck is wrong with you? What do you think about this or that? I'm like, people gonna get tired of that. And yeah, 09, I'll unblock you, but real talk, you was playing with me because there's a reason why I blocked that dude. Because I got tired of the crap. And like for instance, if I block somebody, dudes will be like, well, you censoring us. I'm like, nigga, you gonna tell me to stop putting my hands on my hip? You're gonna lose the right to speak.
Facts.
Anyway.
Okay, well, listen up. For anyone who frequents this channel or watches my other videos, I always say that their suggestion box, is this chat and the comment section. Let's discuss the topics you actually want to see,
No, you
rather
better
than
email me.
yeah. Well, I do drop my email in some videos too, but look, it's like tell us the kind of things you want to see. If you and I always say this, if you so tired of seeing this space do nothing but talk about women, then let's hear some suggestions. I mean, because I see a bunch of content creators that really just go in on the space, and I'm not talking about like some of the bigger, more prominent guys. I'm talking about a lot of the smaller ones
That's
with
a
the
form of
same
cloud
people
chasing.
that with the guys who frequent the bigger chats and are even mods in other chats, going to those broadcasts and really like handing it to the space. Now I said yes, there is constructive criticism, but once it starts with all the homoerotic insults and
Hmm.
jabs and getting personal with content creators, it's taken out of constructive criticism. And it's really weird that people act like we don't see all these folks being adversarial. It's like they're trying to push for a space war. Is like
Yeah, because all they want is to
I've
see
been
shit
in
violent.
chats and people, like I said, people have asked me to like they kind of low key asked me to draw a line, and I'm not drawing that line.
That's what they tried
Period.
to do with me too. And
Like
yeah,
I'm not gonna attack because I mean for a lot of people it's like it's just for their own personal amusement. Like people love drama. They don't they want to see people go head to head, but then they speak of a piece that they're longing for. Like, oh, the space need to do this, space need to do that, the space need to do this. You
and my
know,
Well,
problem,
hold on. Let's okay. um, we hear men, we've heard men in these spaces talk about how the space needs to grow. Um, then somebody like Kevin, for example, grows pretty exponentially. And then you have people that have a problem with the way that the growth took place. Um, you have somebody that I've talked about consistently in these spaces, Alonzo Hall,
Mhm.
and he in his expertise in the financial industry,
Yeah,
the insurance, life insurance industry.
he's invited me to a Zoom meeting to he's gonna do some kind of presentation, so I'll be
Yes, I've
sure.
been to him before. I've been to him
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
Um, now, especially if you're, I would say boomer generation, Generation X, especially, but this could go all the way down to Z as far as I'm concerned.
Mm.
He's offering something that on a basic level, that if black men actually locked horns, locked arms on, could grow all men in a very powerful way in terms of finances. Um, we know that if it's going to get done, we're going to have to finance it ourselves as far as black males are concerned, as far as media is concerned. And that's actually not hard when you talk to somebody of his particular ilk. But the problem is that after being in a space this long, with as much powerful content that he drops, I don't see major content creators trying to feature him. I
Okay.
don't see it.
Well,
And so for me, when I hear people railing about donate, 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 and then you have somebody that's in a space that if you and let's say any of the heavy hitters in the space as far as content is concerned, been here for some years, you actually came together um, and utilized people like Alonzo and their talent. You could actually grow your channel, you could grow your finances, and not be in this mindset where you're out here fighting over table scraps. But see, one of the things that made Amazon a powerful company was when Bezos implemented the customer review aspect of it.
Okay.
Because what happened was he was smart enough to be able to accept the constructive criticism from his customers. So when they were able to go through that data, it made them implement certain things that customers were recommending to make the product delivery better. And
okay.
so in this particular space, if you consider yourself a business person, I don't give a damn how much you disagree with people that's in your chat. If you want to grow, you're going to have to listen to what your audience is saying. I'm not saying that you have to do what they say,
No, you
but you're
don't.
going to have to listen to what they're saying to you and really be in a place where you can really kind of reflect on some of the things that they're saying, because at a certain moment they might say something that you completely disagree with, but later on it might come to fruition that, man, that person that said some shit that pissed you off, man, that shit was spot on.
But
And
here's
that's business though. See,
That
we're
ain't
not
what
here's the
I'm
talking
thing.
we're not
Here's the
talking
talking
thing.
about
about.
niggas. Hold on. We're not talking about niggas giving opinions. We're talking about true business. You cannot alienate your business demographic that you're trying to sell to. That shit just don't work.
Yeah, but
It
that's
does
not
it
what
does
we're.
not work.
But that's not what we're talking about. Because legitimate, like for
Hold on, hold
instance,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I mean, you're talking about how you like. I'm not saying like, look, I was an English major. All I did was research, reference, and one of the things that makes your writing when you're making points, one of the things that makes your points even more salient is when you actually incorporate arguments from people who are diametrically opposed to what you're saying. It shows that you have the confidence in what you're saying to incorporate in your body people who are completely disagreeing with you and still be able to factually offer a counterpoint to what they're saying.
Yeah.
So to
But
say so to have the mentality that this particular person, because we were here in the space like, well, people want this space to be a certain way. Well, there are certain men in the space who have a business mentality, so of course they're going to say drive this space into a certain direction so it can have some sustainability,
Yeah.
because we're constantly getting back to a point where we rehash the same type of argument, because we've been here before. We've already been in this place before where we rehash the same old arguments that have already been dealt with.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things at this point. Like you're talking about, I don't know. I mean, I understand that you're seeing certain. You deal with maybe different channels that I deal with, although we deal with similar channels. So we're talking about two different things. I mean, like there are certain arguments that are bullshit off its face because what you saying I already account for. And I already account for. I mean, I've literally brought people on my panel like E Black, the man.
Hmm.
Niggas talking about we got to take over water fucking works and shit. E Black
Yeah,
talking about
the
everything. Like,
infrastructure.
so I already do this. I already do, I get what you. I know this ain't you saying it in general in space for every
I'm
content.
saying in general in
Nah,
the
yeah,
space.
exactly. I know you're not talking to me, but I'm just saying from my perspective, there's and there's content creators that need to heed that advice more, even ones that are bigger, because there's a difference between having a strong following and then growing. There's also a difference between kind of growing, but your following not being engaged. And as we have, and here's the thing, I will do to kind of give you an olive branch. That's something that I've already talked about as you see new content creators come in this space, because this is what drives a lot of the angst. You have people that have a fear of being left behind, and this is not the content creator, just them. You also have audience members that have that fear that their stuff won't matter. This is what so as you seeing like a whole flood of new channels now that people know you can get a lick off YouTube. Or you got people like the lead attorney that's doing courses, which I have no problem with that. I'm actually in his Patreon doing as far as the YouTube stuff. So people are coming into it, and these are black people, and they're gonna have their own opinions. People are afraid to get drowned out, and my thing is, you need to embrace that growth and embrace that challenge. And part of that is kind of some of the suggestions, the things that you're talking about.
oh,
And but what you have is dudes that they want to retreat to old and comfortable arguments, and they take what like Dennis said. I can disagree with a lot of what Dennis said, but I'm not gonna basically drop a nuke over what he said. And then the same thing about Obsidian. Well, Obsidian is always saying stuff like that. So why are you all like so surprised? They try to make this
well,
shit
I
like
mean,
this
I
is the
mean, when
start
it
of
comes
World
to
War
the
Three. Yeah.
when it comes to the whole pagan thing, though, that's a little crazy, man.
Yeah, yeah. I don't agree with pagan.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just
yeah,
gonna leave
yeah.
it at
That's
pagan.
a little, that's going a
Are
little
you
far,
talking
We're
about
guy.
men, man.
pagan as far as
Like when
are
he
you
was talking
talking
about
about
pagan
pagan?
and shit, and
Are you talking about pagan as far as sexually, or you talking pagan as far as
he was talking. Obsidian was talking about pagan.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can't,
but
you
but
know.
but okay, no, I
Uh,
wasn't sure, but look, I get it, but that's Obsidian. I mean, so shit, Obsidian. I mean, Obsidian puts his foot in his mouth
Shit,
every
indeed,
once in a while.
Edward.
He The thing about it is, I think Obsidian is better for the space than he's not, and I still take that position.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't be
No,
a part.
I know you're not. But what I'm saying is, Obsidian. I'm one of the main ones that will, if I disagree, I let it be known. Even to the other day, he was calling talking about. I was talking about an interview with Brittany Renner and Cam Newton, which
Mhm.
is relevant because this is a comparison to like how Kevin did it versus Cam did it, or he did it with Nikki. So it's like, okay, here's a different style and then let's see, let's examine it. And then people coming on my stuff, because I'm going to let Obsidian up because he's a content creator, right? And he's like, well, why does this matter? I'm like, why are you telling me what something matters on my channel? I could talk about, Candy Crush. It matters because I say it does. And people can make the decision if they want to watch it or not. That's it. And so why are you asking me that as if you're the person, you're like does it matter HR or something? And this is not the first time he's done that. And I was very
He did it multiple times on your channel.
Exactly. So
I don't know why he's doing that.
But my point is, I'm not. People want to act like I be just caping for. People try to play me like I'm a company man, which is funny. It's funny people say that, but that's kind of the reputation I'm starting to get. You cape for Kevin. You cape for Glendon. You always cape for the big put. That's it, man. That's how y'all perceive it because y'all want me to just jump on y'all train when y'all all over the place, But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, people are scared. People are scared that they're going to get drowned out with all these new content creators. And I'm like, hey, I accept that challenge. Maybe our shit.
Yeah, that's business.
Yeah, maybe we deserve to get drowned out.
Yeah, I mean, because there are a lot of people. There are people who are in the space. I think this is the fundamental breakdown. There are a lot of people in this space that think that this space is supposed to operate as a nonprofit as opposed to a business. You gotta figure it out.
I think it like socialpreneurship, and Tariq Nasheed, whether you agree with him or not, I like how he goes about it. Now, I don't agree with throwing 9 ADOS under the bus to protect black female fuckery because that's what I see him doing. But like as far as understanding that you have to have your own ecosystem, especially if you're going to talk this kind of shit because you may get locked out of certain things, and his ability to execute certain things, I have respect for that. And you people cannot like it, his marketing, what he does and stuff. People cannot like him, but the at least infrastructure of that, I do think other dudes need to learn from that and make that work. And even like, for instance, everything can't be super chat and cash apps. I appreciate my folks, but this is why, and that's where you talk about scrounging for table scraps, and I get it. This is why if you do things like trending news and we just red pill or thinking black men version of that stuff, there's a purpose to that. The purpose of it isn't to necessarily just turn away from what we originally started to do. It's a way of having that fun things we may want to do. Like, for instance, you take things like what you mentioned Alonzo with the insurance stuff. Shout out to Youssef because he passed away maybe a little while ago. He was in Brazil and he was an insurance person as well. I can actually market like a training like that, saying this is an expert. We can do a Zoom call. We do this every week. Let's market. You put money behind the marketing so we can actually get to the people, dig for the people that actually will respect the information. Maybe make it a thing where we're selling like a course, not a big course, it's pocket watching folks, but like something that funds it on its own. Because sometimes people don't respect information, Rael, because it's free. That's how black people are.
Let me tell you something. Alonzo Hall, he's a pretty good example. But
he said I'm a high-ranking member of the Kevin Samuels Defense Force. Please, Kevin has cussed me out before. Please stop it. And I said ARC was right to be mad.
Okay. Let me. Alonzo Hall. He's be here to speak for himself, and he can rebut what I'm about to say. And we're upholding Alonzo Hall as an example of the versatility of this space.
Yeah.
That's what I understand, but I'll say two things about Alonzo Hall. And Alonzo Hall is a grown ass man, and he can do what he wants. Number one, he's one of those guys that opinion of the space is we talk too much about women. That's number one. He can vouch for that on his own. He can say, Kevin, you're wrong. I didn't say that. What the fuck are you talking about? But this is as far as I know what his position is. Number two, he does frequently hang out in one of the most toxic spaces in YouTube and doesn't say that shit to them. Then when I say toxic space, I mean B1. Okay. I believe them to be an extremely toxic space. And if we are, and I'm not trying to sick anybody on anyone. I could care less who we go after. But as much as they complain about the few guys in the space, or constructive criticism or whatever they call it, those guys over there are way fucking off. Shit. And they do it to the level where it's an actual problem.
Yeah, I understand. My thing is, Rael brought up Alonzo. I use Alonzo as an avatar,
Yeah.
so anybody that would, because like I said, I brought up Yusef.
I mean, there's no problem using Alonzo. He has very good information. He has great information.
Yeah,
And yes, the focus should be on more people like Alonzo,
but
telling people how to get their life
but
together.
that's the audience's fault. Like
Yeah.
the thing about it is, you can't like this idea that Alonzo is just not as no. Like, so here's the idea that if more content creators, man, I share more people than anybody in the space. You know, like as far as pound.
I share Alonzo's stuff.
Well, I
Alonzo's
mean,
in my community tab.
well, I mean, like share like different people, like Grinch, and he's always talking about other stuff. People that talk about different stuff. So it's up to them to actually pick that stuff. I promote
Yeah.
a lot. I'm talking for free. Like promote a lot of people. As far as their stuff, and
How often does the Black Brain Trust get shared in this space to content creators?
Very little.
okay, yeah,
Thank
but
you.
that don't. But
Thank
there's
you.
other people.
I see what direction you're going in. I see what direction.
Hold on, time out.
Thank
But
you.
I always share Erica and share Glendon. So the truth is,
I'm
the reason
saying-
why
I'm saying-
the reason
hold on.
why the Great
Hold
Land
on.
Trust don't get shared, because they're talking about black men give a fuck about increase of quality of life. So you're gonna talk about women, you're gonna talk
And
about
the
money.
Black
Hold
Brain
on,
Trust is
money.
not talking about that?
No, they don't. The Black Brain, not in the
Increase of life?
so you're saying the Black Brain Trust is talking about money. Do the Black Brain Trust talk about money? Business.
Yes,
No,
they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Camera up. Camera
do.
up.
Yes, they do.
Camera
Dude,
up.
hold on. For
Camera.
your edification, the reality is, I've talked to these dudes behind the scene, and I'm just going to say that you don't really know what you're talking about. I'm just going to leave it there because
But here's the thing, though. So you're judging the entire space because your favorite YouTubers aren't being shared.
Hold on. Don't. First of all, I'm a grown ass motherfucking man. Number one, I don't do cheerleading. If I support somebody, it's because I've sat back and watched them enough to see if they're real or if they're not. So I don't even do that shit.
So you support?
But hold on. I don't even do that. I said that to make a point. So this has nothing to do with cheerleading or anything like that. So I'm the last person.
Well, my point
I'm the
is,
last person
make
to come
that
at
for
like
the
that.
people because
Hold on. I brought that up to make a point because when Kev brought up the fact, talked about Alonzo being in the B1 spaces, I distinctly remember about 4 years ago, and we all know what B1 really means. B1 don't mean black men. B1 means waywardly black female. And I recall top creators who decided to go in that direction in terms of saving these bras.
Okay, but what does that have to do with us?
So hold on. So if that is the linchpin as far as to not roll with somebody like Alonzo, then we don't need to roll with nobody in these damn spaces then, for that matter, for the most part.
Hey, first off, I made
That's
that
what
point.
I'm saying.
I made
That's
that
what I'm
point.
saying.
Number one.
How was that bullshit?
No, number one. I made that
Because
point.
the people that you support, because the people that you rock with.
All the people I rock with understand it's their responsibility to grow their own shit.
I brought up Alonzo.
Hold on. No,
hey, Rael, come on. I let everybody speak as much as they want. I'm tired of saying, hold on. All right.
I've been quiet
I'm very short when I say stuff. I brought up Alonzo just to make the point that he says the very same stuff that all these detractors on the space say, that we talk too much about women, and you guys are upholding him as an example. That's all I said. He can feel free to come forward as a man and say it to himself, but he said this stuff. And I'm not saying don't support Alonzo because he hangs out in B1. Anybody can hang out any fucking where that they want. I'm not saying don't watch people. People will say don't watch me before I say don't watch them, and that's a guarantee. But I just said that to say, okay, he gives great information, and we should uphold him. But I want you to know where he stands as far as the black manosphere. This space that we say we love so much. That's all.
I'm not. I don't have a problem with what you're saying. what I'm saying, I was making the point, I was making the distinction that when we like let's just keep it 100. I've seen people fight harder for a nigga like Taz to be in this space than for a man like Alonzo to get shine in this space. And I'm talking about major content
And you
creators.
know that ain't nobody on this motherfucker.
I didn't say it was, but I'm making the point that when the argument is made, we're trying to push black men forward. Which ones are you talking about? Are you because I will make the argument that just basic because you said something to that effect earlier that there are some people who got the fear of missing out and fear that they're going to get left behind by other people coming up. And Alonzo is that type of person who is bringing he is bringing something to the space that we really ain't really had in the space. To me, as far as I'm concerned,
The
I would say
audience
somebody
doesn't
I would
care.
I would say somebody like him is a game changer in the space as far as our side is concerned because
We
we have somebody on in our space who knows a particular subject that is very sensitive to black people as a specific group, but black men in terms of us needing to build up our own type of space in terms of financial literacy. That across the board, financial illiteracy is a big problem for Americans across the board, let alone black people.
Agreed.
So the
so
fact that the
Agreed.
fact that we have somebody in this space in the black so-called manosphere space that is coming to this particular space with the shit that he drops, and he ain't even cracked a
but
1,000 subscribers
but
in
this is
over a year. Hold on. In over a year, it makes people who have a business mentality look at the space and say, "Are you really serious about black men moving forward, or y'all niggas just talking shit?"
so my problem is with that is like I said before, why aren't folks in the ears of the folks that you're talking about? Like people are it's like people my size and Kevin's size, because we are more reachable, we gotta constantly hear that. Like, and it's kind
Hmm.
of like that's not my responsibility. Like, if we're gonna talk about
I
bigger
didn't say it was.
creators, that's on them. And the issue is they're just gonna ignore folks, which is on the audience, because the audience allows for that to happen. Now, certain people have their own reasons, but the thing about it is, again, I hear what you're saying, but it becomes like they don't gotta hear this crap. It's like the people at like the 5 to 10K levels gotta constantly hear it, and the people at that level are kind of tired. Because look, we're gonna keep it real. I've been in O'Shea's DMs, telling him he need to talk to certain people.
Okay.
I have been in LAR. I've had conversations with certain people about certain people. Now these are people that I think should be seen and should be heard. You know, um, I was just talking to the lead attorney, not personally, but he was in my chat, and we were talking about even Glennon Cameron. And he was talking about, yeah, Glennon knows a lot of business stuff. It's unfortunate he made himself radioactive, and I said it then that I was very annoyed because what Glennon Cameron is doing now, basically going the culture warrior card, which people may call him a coon and stuff. I was like, back then when quote people want to say I was defending, I was like, I wish he would have did that, because that would have been something that would have been right in his wheelhouse. Versus this is something you can't really come back from, because people that are more business like are never going to be really to deal with you, because that's just there and you can't get rid of that. So I get what you're saying, and certain people have had these conversations with certain people. I don't know about Alonzo, and he is somebody that should be in that conversation. But truth be told, a lot of people are beefing with the people Kevin was talking about, and that'll get found out too. And unfortunately, you should be able to compartmentalize the situation. The problem with Alonzo is a lot of people. Alonzo has gripes with certain people, and people. There are certain people that don't like him, and they're gonna be like, "Fuck that." Now, granted, should they be able to separate that for the information? Yes, but that's when the YouTube politics come into play, and
But you know what though?
this is one of the
That,
reasons.
and that, and that's some and
Hold
that's
on,
some
I'm gonna
You
that's
know
some
what?
let me
bullshit.
say this and then I'm
That's
done.
some
This
bullshit.
is actually one of the reasons why I decided to actually take YouTube a lot more seriously and grow my channel,
Yeah.
because because it's a difference between, okay, I got 10,000 subs or 15,000 subs, and then you telling me this because I might be able to generate some traction with some people, versus me looking for somebody else to do something. Because me, I can separate that because the insurance information is good. I thought Youssef was very valuable because he was a similar guy at a similar level, but he was also down there in South America. So I understand where you're coming from. So it's like now it's on me to try to build my channel up so then I can reach back. So when people come in my ear about why are you doing trending news, I'm doing trending news that are targeted to a specific audience, which is black men. And then the second tier of information is going to be my stuff to explain why I think the way I think. And the third tier, which would be stuff that's on my Patreon and stuff that'll be shared out, is stuff where you would get information like Alonzo and stuff like that, because he will fall into that quality of life thing, aka the money quality of like section. And I've talked to Alonzo and I know he knows his stuff. So that's where a lot of there's certain content creators got to say, okay, you need to build for this way. So when I hear dudes talking about why I'm doing trending news, that's why I get annoyed about that shit, because they don't understand. Also, because I want to build my channel up so I can talk to like Andre Hatchet. I mean, you got Ike. I mean, shit, Ike's got 5.4 thousand subs. Yeah, so and that's another thing. But and so rather than waiting, so what can you do right now? Let me answer that too. That's where the networking and collabing part needs to start to happen, which is something as soon as when I get my channel looking a little bit better, I'm gonna start doing that, because doing that can accelerate not only the growth, but it gets people hooked with other people. That's why you got to do Diamond Dave. You got to do what's the dude that's really big on debt, saving lives, debt or something. Ramil has talked to him. This is why I was kind of annoyed that Ramil left, because Ramil was more further on that.
Ramil's back.
Well, he's back now, but he was more. But the momentum's got to be regenerated, and he was more further on that track, and he was talking about some business stuff.
Ramil has picked up pretty good though. Coming back, he's doing okay. People,
yeah, he'll get that momentum back quickly, and then you got Bernard as well. So like somebody like Alonzo could go on, but so there's people that you could go at different levels. I mean, LAR is starting to jump in. I'm probably gonna reach out to JR Wisdom because he's like a LAR type dude in the space, and I'm pretty sure he'll be cool with doing a collab. Shit, the lead attorney too. The lead attorney will actually talk to smaller content creators. He said it. So you can not cash mob, but comment mob the lead attorney. There's people, but is he really willing to do that? Like, is he really care about growing a YouTube channel?
Let me tell you something about the lead attorney real quick. Let me tell you something about the lead attorney real quick, and this is no salt to the lead attorney now. He did a broadcast one time saying that, if you super chat me, I'll put you on the screen and I'll promote your channel. So what I did, I shot him a $10 super chat. So what he did was he upgraded. Like he's like, okay, well, you got to give $20 or more. Then 5 minutes later, he put a $5 super chat up there. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, dude. And that was like one of the many moments that I decided that it's on me to build this audience. And I do understand that, BGS has shared my videos. He's brought me quite a few subscribers. Ed has shared my videos. He's bought me quite a few subscribers. But at the end of the day, no matter what kind of content that I am producing, whether people think it's quality or not, which, for the people that are watching, thank you very much. But it is completely on me to give the audience a reason to tune in every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Granted, I go on, but it's on me at the end of the day. That's not anybody else's fault that my audience hasn't grown. So what I will say for content creators like Alonzo, and anybody that wants to grow, you have to give the audience something to be attracted to. I mean, that's the only thing I'll say. Which, I'm still working on ways where I can grow my audience and grow my channels, doing edited content, doing news stories. I mean, doing news stories is like the reason why I do news stories, because I do feel like a black man needs to give his perspective on some of the shit that goes on in our society. So I don't have any kind of content that attracts people to your channel, and whatever you do to get your point across, you have to do what works for you. It's like I got to do what works for me. I cannot blame anybody for not watching my channel. See, let me give you an example. Shannon B. Shannon B called me a troll in another chat, which is cool. It's like, if that's what he wants to think of me as. I mean, but I promise Shannon B, as he gets to know me, I probably appear to be a cooler guy. I
No,
mean
I'm
that
saying
may
people.
happen, that may not happen. I don't know. It's not up to me to sweat. But thanks for dropping by anyway and giving me that view. So I mean, you're cool. I'm mostly cool with my audience. I do it different than other content creators. Unless you say some real out of the way crazy shit, I'm not probably gonna come at you
Well,
like that.
Shannon is one of these detractors that you talking about because he always want to make detractor. He always want to like think of what he just said with me. Ed is hustling Kevin Samuel subscribers. Kevin. I've been a Kevin Samuel subscriber since he was at 40,000 subs, and I originally subscribed to him because of the cologne info and the sales stuff. But whatever. But my point is, why wouldn't you want to capture Kevin Samuel's market, like the market of black
Hmm.
men? Because you know they're interested in certain things that's definitely more in line with the productive side of things. That's business, but you interpret business, and it's not oh man, you just care about subscribers. They ain't about that.
Let me tell y'all something. Poor Man Podcast accredits Kevin Samuel's shit to the growth of his channel.
Yeah, and if you look at and there's
And
been
he's exploded. He
yeah, but see,
exploded.
but you know, Poor Man Podcast is adjacent to this space. He ain't in this space, so he don't got
Yeah.
to worry about the real nigga shit that we got to deal with. And a lot of y'all think, and a lot of y'all actually hamper growth. So I mean, you want to blame somebody, and I get what you. I'm not trying to jump at you, Rail, but I'm just saying you want to blame somebody for why like people like the fucking the Black Brain Trust ain't growing is really because look, I ain't got no problem sharing their shit just off the strength of me knowing them. But the problem is you got audience folks that they want to keep these channels small because here's the truth. The truth is the Black Brain Trust and what they talk about is never something that a lot of black men are going to deal with. The way you deal with that, I'm coming to a solution. The
Hmm.
way you deal with the Black Brain Trust is you have to have content creators that basically bring in the audience and then you segment that audience like saying okay there's this type of content and you segment them with an email list or something like that and then you promote their stuff through that. It's kind of like their stuff is kind of like a magazine that's not going to get a lot of distribution, but it's like the type of magazine that all the wealthy people pick. Like what's that K thing, the Rob Report or something, where it's like a lot of people that really know about money and wealth, like people like Alonzo, they like that
The Wall
because
Street Report.
no, not Wall Street Journal. It's like the Rob Report. It's like a magazine that's only in high end like distribution points. It's not something that you're gonna like. You'll find it at Barnes and Noble stuff. It's not gonna be a grocery store. It's
Okay.
targeted at people that and their advertisers targeted people that really understand money, understand wealth, and it's about real wealth shit, not hood rich shit. So you have to. So it's not that there's. I'm saying their stuff is not good. It's just when you look at the market, you have to segment the market to find the audience. And YouTube, Glendon Cameron said this. Glendon said that YouTube likes folks that lie to people as far as like the business sector. People talking about some of the highbrow stuff they talk about. Let's say business. I haven't heard that, but I haven't listened to all this stuff either. So whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. You have to go about that differently. So when they say, well, why am I? It's just like how I don't get attention, but like why a chick saying some shit. Like we know what it is. You just got to go at it one step. That's all I'm saying. And so as people get bigger, you have a greater ability to do that. And when you hear dudes that tell me stupid shit like, oh well, you it might be the Renan Han report. Why you just want to get money and keep it real and da 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 da. I'm like, dude, man, y'all are really slowing this space down, and y'all one of the main reasons we done got overtook. I'm talking about the audience because y'all are playing that
Yeah.
fucking game, and it's my fault for listening to y'all rather than just getting the fuck rid of y'all and then just keep it in moving.
Mm.
Well, let me say this. When that dust up happened, when Mike B went into Art and Styles chat, commenting on the Manosphere meetup that happened,
Hmm.
um, there was a lot of pushback against what he said. Um,
What did? Oh,
and
he was saying it don't matter.
um, and let me say this. When people were talking about, the things that they met up about, um, those type of conversations had already taken place in spaces like the Black Brain Trust. So from their particular perspective, and me looking on the outside as well, is when it comes to a space like um, Black Brain Trust or somebody like Alonzo, for example, the space picks and chooses and wants to skip over um, as if these types of people don't exist, while simultaneously saying the space needs to grow. Well, if you want a space to grow, you need people who actually know shit. And what I'm realizing more so than anything, this is really a cultural thing, because the truth of the matter is, in other groups of people, and even Ramil said this on one of his channels before. He said in other groups of people, the business class of people pretty much rule over the group.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality of the situation is that it makes all the sense in the world for Black America to listen to its business class, because business class is about solving and solution oriented. That's what business is all about. It doesn't see problems, it sees opportunities. And so, but you have a space like the Black Brain Trust. You have somebody like Alonzo, who has been in the space for a year now, who hasn't cracked 1,000 subscribers.
Most likely two
And
now. It's 2
hold
years.
on. Yeah, almost 2 years. Yeah. So now when you have business people that's taking a gander at it, now we're looking at it from a different vantage point. Now we're looking at it like, okay, we are seeing it and saying, people are saying, well, we need to have the tech guys get shout outs, and we need to have the blue collar men, and they need to get shout outs and stuff like that. But people who hold a lot of weight in the space, they're not shouting them out though. So it's that's because I remember distinctly.
But
Hold on. Let me just finish this point. I remember distinctly in this space, a nigga like Taz getting all types of fucking airspace in the space.
oh my God, man,
It wasn't no
you
excuse.
do realize I don't like
It was
that.
no excuse making. It was no excuse making about him getting airspace. To the point that you had a content creator that asked his audience, could we be a part of the space? And it was a vehement rejection of this particular dude of the space, but it didn't mean that he didn't get a lot of airspace to get his talking points out. So when people with a business mindset sit back and look at this particular situation, we can only gather that on one end the space says one thing, but then on another hand it does another.
But see, the problem is, number one, you talk, man. This is really starting to get on my nerves, because it's kind of like the space is not a whole thing. I keep saying this. The space is like a whole bunch of city states. So when you keep saying this space, like there is different factions of, like, BGS had nothing to do with Taz. Like I come from the Igmore sector. And the Igmores, even though they're not loud, we have like everything's enclosed. Even when it comes to like relationships, when it comes to business, money, all of that. And it ain't all running through just BGS either. When you look at people that were brought in, Kevin was brought in via BGS. The all of the PhDs, most of them were brought in through BGS. And you have, even when you look, like, real talk, when you look at Angry Man and you look at the progression of Grinch, I've shared Grinch I don't know how many fucking times, and he ain't over 1,000. I stay sharing him. LAR ain't moved
Not,
like
Grinch over Dows now.
he is. Okay, now finally,
No, he's been over a year ago.
no, well, I didn't see it.
Hey, guys! I'm gonna have to tell you after this broadcast, I'm probably gonna be the one in charge of bringing up other content creators because we've dropped a lot of names,
Yeah, well,
and
I haven't dropped.
these
Okay,
guys, and I know y'all doing these as reference points and to make points, but you know, most of the motherfuckers probably don't even care about what's going on this channel
well,
right
well,
here.
I'm not saying that negative. I'll be
Yeah, I
more
mean,
careful about it, but I'm not like I tend to not be as bad if I know I'm not speaking
and
negatively
and
about
then
them.
like and then like with guys like Taz, like he can't wait for a motherfucker like us to mention him.
Yeah,
I
I
know I brought him up too, but and the reason why I bring him up as a point is because he has sweated the nuts of the black manosphere for so fucking long.
Hmm.
So I do bring him up, and but at the same time, like whether the bigger content creators are mentioning the people who we consider to be to have useful information or not. I'm a strong believer in no one owes anyone anything.
I am
Period.
too. I am
I'm a
too. And the
No,
thing
strong
is,
no,
believer in that.
nobody is saying owe
but,
anybody anything.
but
Nobody is
that.
saying
So
that.
what are you saying?
Nobody said anything like that.
But you're holding them accountable
Hold
to
on, hold
that.
on.
Well, they picked
If
this
hold on,
person,
I'm
but not
holding
this
people.
person.
Hold on. I'm holding people accountable to what they say their mission is. If their mission, according to their own mouth, is to help black men, then I'm holding them accountable to what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but the truth
So
is,
I'm not making so I'm not
everybody
making
you
anything
are
up.
talking about, like O'Shea is who you're talking about with the Rumble. On there's others, but with him, he has a whole portfolio of him helping black. And literally, O'Shea is actually other people have passed him because he's helped them. So it's like it then because all these dudes you mentioned, this includes Obsidian, because real talk, Obsidian helped Bernard. So it's this idea of they all have their like massive defense forces on the charge of they're not helping black men, and they can flip it into, well, we're just not helping the dudes you want to help. So that's not the same issue. That's how they'll frame it. Because every nigga you talking about has a whole laundry list of dudes they've helped. Like it's just the dude now.
When I made the comment, you made the point that it was about people. It was when I brought up the Black Brain Trust. You gave an answer that made it seem like the Black Brain Trust didn't offer certain types of information that the space talks
If
about it needs,
Okay, so at the end of the day,
which it does.
just because they offer that, number one, you keep saying this space has factions. Let's like saying,
I
well,
didn't say the space didn't
Americans,
have
and
factions.
it's like you saying
I didn't say
Americans,
that.
and then if somebody's a Republican, that made the liberals are not going to be. No, fuck that. We can get somebody else. That's how that works. So just because people have, they're not the only. They don't have proprietary information nobody else has. And when you keep saying information, no, they don't have information that will grow the channels. Because if they did, they would use it to grow their own shit.
Oh,
So in that regard, is that the reason why you say is that the reason why you're using why you don't you don't particularly share their content?
I don't share their content because I share who I want to share. And particularly I focus on
Okay,
smaller creators, but
okay.
I've shared Erica, like, dude, like that's what I'm saying. You're saying I don't owe nobody nothing, but you're talking to somebody. I share more people's content than anyone in. I will put what I do against anyone in this space. It's not even close. I actually share more people's shit other than my own, which is going to change. And I've
yeah.
been doing it for years. I have plenty of people like Stu is the new one. I have plenty. Ricky, those are new guys, and
Edward shared my junk
shit,
last year.
fucking Ty City too.
Yeah.
Even though he keeps
Yeah.
getting on my nerves. And my point is, you're saying, why don't I share your guy? There's a whole bunch of other folks that don't share nobody's stuff, including bigger creators, but creators of my size. So what I'm saying is, I don't share them because it doesn't strike my fancy. That's really the end of the conversation. Like this idea of I need to explain because I share Glenn and Cameron stuff as far
Mhm.
as business. I share Erica Williams stuff as far as business. I've shared yeah, I share stuff for every metric when it comes to quality of life, health, money, relationships, time freedom. And so people I share, people I don't. I do alternate who I share. You know, I shared Dennis stuff for a long time because how he was raising his kids and his sons. Haven't been sharing this stuff recently. Hell, I've unsubscribed from a lot of channels because I'm tired of this Pookie and Ray Ray educated lane bullshit, including dudes that would be on the high value man side. It's actually more on that side than I've done it on the street dude side.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, like the question you need to ask is, what did the Black Brain Trust do to get froze the fuck out? Because it's a lot of dudes that don't like each other that don't fuck with them. That's really what it is. Like, it's people I know that they can't stand each other, but for some reason they both have a problem with Complex.
But Edward, let me say this: for
Interesting.
most people to understand how this thing work, and I was going to show a book, but I'll show it in a second. That there has to be something worthy of why somebody should share on somebody else's content. You get me? No one just to share for the share. Like if you look, Edward, when the times you share, there was something that you see value that day I put out for sharing. That makes sense. You get me? I don't expect free attention all the time, but if it's something that catch your attention and think is worthy that other people see, I commend it. I respect that. People should not just say because you've been here and you have a good message to be shared. No, it has to be worthiness.
Hey,
And I'm
can
a
I
small
say this?
content creator.
Hey, can
You
I
get
say
me?
this real quick? Can
Yeah.
I say this real quick to all content creators over 1,000 with a community tab or have a potent community tab or any community tab at all?
Mm-hmm.
Look, there have been enough content creators that have shared me in their community tabs. I do not expect or, I do appreciate, including Edward Anderson and BGS for sharing me in their community tabs and bringing me subs. But it's I don't mind if you do it, but you don't have to. I know it's on me to
More
grow on
people
my
should.
own and to build my audience. It like I'll say it again. No one owes me anything, but I will promote useful content creators. So I
Yes.
put that up there. I put that up there. Subscribe to Alonzo Hall, the All Star Advisor, because yes, he is a very very useful content creator who has very good information. And we do need to promote the guys
Yeah.
who do provide very good information. But it's also on Alonzo to deliver that message as
It's
well.
also on Alonzo to create those
Yes.
relationships. And another thing, too, Kev,
Correct.
perfect example, Sir Ism down here. Now, this conversation for the last 15, 20 minutes has been about sharing content creators in this space and had nothing to do with women. Why does he come in here and talk about, why does Ed talk about women and don't got one? This is the goofy shit I'm talking about.
This nigga.
Like, these niggas, like, and by the
Oh
way,
God.
and Sir Ism, you still need to go ahead and come out of the back to tank from Jessica X playing your ass like a couple of months ago.
Oh.
Like, so I'm not gonna make it about that, but I mean, but whatever, man. That shit was a crime against humanity.
Something must have happened somewhere.
No, no. The thing about it is this. Like, here's the thing: these niggas need to believe I don't have a woman. Hold on. Let's say that I don't. Let's say that I don't, nigga. Why is it that you are fixated on me having a woman? That's what I need you to ask that because the niggas, because this woman that I've never shown, right? Niggas choose to subscribe and super chat me. Why is it that matters to you, assuming you're not a hating ass nigga?
Mm.
Like you keep like, and this is my point. This is my point, Kevin. They keep on saying you don't have a woman. You don't have a woman. Okay, me and Rael is talking about Alonzo and other people that talk about insurance and other things that are needed in space and content creators to do more of their part if they say that they are is interested in building the space. That's the debate we've been having for 20 minutes. And nigga, you come in here with that bullshit about me not having a woman. Nigga, I don't know who the fuck you are. Why are you arguing with somebody in the internet like that? Like, nigga, you really lose sleep over the fact if I have a woman or not. Like really, like I'm 35 years old, and I think I'm on the younger end on this panel. Nigga, nigga, like for real, nigga,
Mm.
like seriously. And it's somebody that's dealt with serious black men as far as business and stuff like that. Because I've gotten promoted. Like a lot of y'all be having issues with extras and boomers. Them motherfuckers that help me, and niggas that don't know what the fuck they talking about, y'all know, I'll tell them shut up. So I don't. But my point is, I'm too old to be like this bullshit. And niggas in the tech, yeah, man, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm like, this is the type of shit. This is the type of shit that makes y'all like, seriously. And I don't say that because I care. It's just niggas really be in here. Nigga, you don't got a girl. And I ain't saying nothing about no bitch. And people actually listen to Sir Ism. People actually think Sir Ism is somebody. Oh yeah, man, he's this. And this shit kills me, man. But I just want to point. Thank you for the opportunity for me to point that out. And this is why I'm the way I am, Ramil. Not Ryo. As far as when niggas start saying stupid shit like that, that's the shit I'm talking about. That I'd be like, fuck it, just get rid of him. Cause I block Ism off my shit because I got tired of that goofy shit, that troll shit. It is 2:00 in the morning Eastern time, and this nigga is. We talk about something semi-serious, and this nigga is talking about, nigga, you don't got a bitch. Like, you don't got a bitch. Anyway, let me stop wasting time on that. Anyway, like I said before, the relationships have to be built. The
Well,
relationships.
I was on a stream. I think it was Perfect Timing before, and it was a brother on the channel talking about his life insurance. He came up on the panel. We were talking. I forgot what me and Perfect was talking about. I think it was we were talking about business, and he came in and we started chopping it up, and he started talking about his insurance or whatever. So I was like, okay, so his life insurance policy. So I text Alonzo and I said, yo, come up on the on Perfect's panel. You might have a potential client. So he came on there and he started dropping it, wop wop wop, and before you know it, they exchange information in the back chat. By the next day, he had closed and convinced him to switch his policy to him and his company, just like that. And that's what I'm talking about. Like things being so smoothly integrated that things are working on that level. Because the truth of the matter is, we can sit here and we can have all the conversations that we want to have, but ain't shit gonna get done without any money to back it. This is the bottom line. And that is the conversation that ultimately is going to have to be had, no matter what our opinions about anything, about what any laws that need to be changed or whatever, what have you. The truth of the matter is, a moral argument is not going to get it all the way done. It's going to take some capital, and when we are looking at these particular issues, um, I know people like myself and other people with a business mindset are looking at the most effective way to get things done. And when you start talking about things from a political perspective, you're talking about lobbying, voting. If voting got things done for
No,
black people wouldn't be out here still with
well, my goal.
picket signs that they've been carrying since the 1960s. That's not going to get it done,
Well, my
especially from a black man's perspective. Like we have a different argument because there is no black community as far as men and women and all of that. There's two black Americans as far as I'm concerned, and black men have our own self interest. And if we want to have things go in our direction, um, we're going to have to move in a certain way to actually get things done on that level as far as building the not just the political capital, but the financial capital as well.
my
Hey,
objective is to network as many black men as possible in the United States. All that shit comes after it as far as my priorities. Now, if people want to do what they want to do in the meantime, they're more than happy to do that. But that's kind of like where I am on that part. But as far as the money part, whenever you start talking about money, niggas do what they do. They want to bring it back to the bitches because at the end of the day, them niggas get scared. And that's really what it is. And you also see that reflected in the super chats and donations. There's only a small percentage of dudes that really be dealing the majority of the shit. But
We're
anyway,
dealing with black men
let me-
support black men.
Let me get this real quick. Speaking of people doing what they want to do, guess what somebody just did? They thumbs down this bitch. So guess what? Gotta happen.
Now I'm feeling objectified by your male gaze. Damn. Now I'm feeling.
I got some good ones for you. I got the belt.
You got the belt? Put the belt.
I got the mace. Spray the motherfucker. Anyway.
I play that video every time I get a dislike. It's all
I ain't got
good.
a dislike in a minute. Yeah,
because it hasn't happened in a while. While I've been on the air, they always try to get me after I get off the air or whatever. But I'm finally glad they decided to have the courage to do it. So I can play that video. I haven't played that video in a long time, people.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it's just like I said, man, you got folks they got different priorities in here, and it is what it is. It really is. I mean, I really get tired of the what this space is supposed to do argument, because to me, it's one of those things. It's a way of leveraging power without having it, and too many people make it. I get what they're doing, and some people are better than others with it, but some dudes, they be talking about straight bullshit when they say, what about this space? What about this space? When Kevin is da-da-da-da-da. It's like they want to be heard, so they use it as a mechanism. You got to weed through all of that to get to people that's having. Like, when somebody has a legitimate disagreement, I acknowledge that. So I've pinned disagreements on my comment section if it's a well-thought-out disagreement. And I know this ain't about me. I'm just adding individualism. I actually foster, if you have disagreements, to have it. But what I don't like is hoe shit. And it's too many dudes that are not serious. And they're like north of 30 and they want to play because, and here's the truth about the female shit too. Dennis, gets females. Mm-hmm. So, but yet, look how mad people are at him. Glendon, same deal. Like, the dudes that verifiably have evidence that they got money, they got career, they got this, they got that. Like Ike, Alonzo, for example. These dudes don't always get the most traction. So this idea that it's just a matter of people showing their face, showing who they are, showing what they do, showing they get women. Dude, what people tend to do is move the goalposts over and over and over. And what also also happens is, if you show a lot of that stuff, people start to get angry, and that's when the crab in the barrel bullshit starts to kick in. And
you have your videos on.
Yeah, I know. I did that.
Okay.
No, the whole camming up thing, that's just, it's right about that.
You look like you believe in the belt.
It's a goalpost move, I mean, once they cam up, it'll be something else. You broke, you ugly. Once you prove that you ain't broke, or any other thing, they'll move that goalpost somewhere else.
Kevin's a perfect example of that shit.
Yeah.
Now, you made your money on YouTube. You may be a millionaire, nigga, but you wasn't that before you got on YouTube, nigga.
Hey, Jojo, listen up. He said, "What y'all doing for the black community? Bump how many women you can get." Look, I don't. My content primarily does not focus on that because I'm a married man, so I can care less what bitch anybody can get.
I volunteer for NACA.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't care if y'all. I mean, I just so happen to believe that pussy, especially in the black community, is easy to get. If you ain't getting pussy, it's because you ain't trying, and that's my argument on that. I'm not finna sit here and do what y'all say the space does, and night after night after night after night, all we do is talk about women. And let me say this, by the way, I talk about whatever the fuck I want to over here. So if I decide to do my next 6 broadcasts on women, hey, it's your decision to watch it, or it's your decision not to.
Yeah, it's like
the audience decides this shit. Period.
These niggas will never ask their politician what the fuck are they doing, but they gonna ask us on YouTube. Like it killed. I mean, I hear you, dude, because he was just saying as far as women, I get that, but it's like, damn, why do y'all talk to us now? And I get what you doing because this is inside the space. That's different. But niggas, but you ain't talking about for like a black community shit. Like niggas are talking about what are you doing for the black nigga? Ask your congressman.
And let me tell you something. And let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something about that save the black community shit. I ain't gonna put my effort into saving something y'all niggas keep destroying.
Niggas voted for
Period.
Joe.
Like
Nigga,
what the
did
fuck
you
I
vote
look
for
like?
Joe Biden? Ask him about them crack pipes.
Mixing some cements and then putting brick together. Then here y'all come with a fucking sledgehammer. Like save the fucking cooperative. I've said that before. Save the cooperative. Like if we cooperate with each other, it's less work. Go ahead.
You notice how obsessed with me this dude is? Like, nigga, it's 2:00, nigga.
You know, Edward, if you saw the thing, you know what I mean, in the message. Yeah.
No, don't. It ain't
Yeah.
It ain't my channel, so.
What are you doing for the black community?
I mean, for real. Like, seriously. I mean, like.
Why are we always charged with saving the black community? I've done plenty for the black community. I've been a counselor. I've been a mentor. Like, I've been that stuff.
So, Joe, no, and I've been that stuff.
I mean, but I know what they want. I know what they want us to say. They want us to say that we got this nest egg with bags of money and community centers ready to be built for all these disproportionately birth kids by single mothers.
Look,
like,
sir, if show your face if you go roast, nigga, you don't show your face. What are you talking about? I show my face more than you. But anyway, JoJo,
I said, if these guys that are sitting up here talking about what we need to do for the community is like, look, dude, whatever effort you join up in, I'll join you hand in hand, and we can save this community together. The thing is, I'm so tired of everyone else hitting black male spaces with that question.
Well, you notice that the women, and what I've learned to ask dudes is, have you ever asked a woman that shit? Like, have you ever asked a woman what have they done for the black? Well, man, they women. Really?
Well, they're gonna say that, and my recommendation is stop telling these bitches this. Shit, they're women. The only thing that you probably need to worry about as far as their women is the physical stuff. These women are in 2022. They can pretty much handle a goddamn conversation. And if you don't believe they can handle a conversation, you're being exactly what they're saying we are. So I don't want to hear all that shit. I do, and I have done enough for this community. And every time I tell motherfuckers this, they move the goddamn goalposts. When I was in hiring positions at the jobs and the companies I work for, I hired primarily black people. But you know what niggas will say? Hey man, you're working for somebody else. That don't count. Is it your business? So I mean, fuck it. You can't ever satisfy these people. But I get it. We want to have a thinking group of black men that can come up with all of these magical solutions. And every time we tell you a solution, you're so bothered by it.
That you don't fuck.
Like shit. It's like shit. I can easily tell you, don't fuck wayward bitches, but I'm not there when you decide to do what you want to do with your dick. I mean, I can't be there for those moments. But I can't advise you, hey, you know what? Or I can tell you from this Wi-Fi connection on this channel, don't do dumb shit.
No, we're not.
Don't do dumb shit.
Defensive at you, JoJo. We just taking what you said as an opportunity to lambast everybody else to do that shit. Don't take it
absolutely. Absolutely. It ain't just about you. This is the first time you've ever asked me this question. But
is that JoJo?
No, I don't think that's JoJo.
Oh, JoJo, I'm a big ass
not
nigga.
That JoJo.
My ass,
I think that's a different JoJo. Like not the JoJo that used to regularly appear on Roger.
Yeah, he said that shit.
I ain't seen JoJo in a minute, man.
I remember, when I fired somebody one time and they were saying all that bullshit. I was like, oh, okay, so I'm used to that. When niggas, we call it free our future where I'm at.
Well, I mean, for that JoJo, I created a black space on Facebook, and I did it for the intensive purposes of black men marketing and people and group members. And it wasn't just limited to black men, because there were women there too. I mean, they could have marketed their businesses. They could have told every cool thing that they did for the community. You know what the motherfuckers did? They decided to troll each other. Is it on me to get a bunch of adults together and say, hey guys, don't troll? As much as I tried to get them to do that, They didn't. We, as a group of men, yeah, we go to the people, but a lot of our suggestions, when we are serious, they get rejected. And that's just the reality. Because people don't want to follow behind because of the effort they're going to have to put up on their own personal part. And one of those efforts is just to have some goddamn common sense.
Then he
You know,
said,
you
then
ain't
he
got to
said,
do stupid
"Where's the
shit.
solutions?" JoJo claiming all the isms. JoJo said, "Nah, that ain't me. This is B1 pro-black JoJo
Oh,
FBA."
you mean it? Oh, okay. Well,
I mean,
all right.
I like Tariq Nasheed, so I'm cool with Tariq Nasheed. And
I
as far
mean,
as
but
B1,
what B1 or is he is he talking about Tariq Nasheed
nah,
B1
they
pro black,
stole like real
or
talk.
is he talking about the toxic space over
Nah,
there
he's
that
probably talking about Jason because they stole that
or
from Jason
Jason
Black.
Black?
They
Yeah,
stole that from Jason Black, and Jason Black fucks with Tariq. So Jason Black, I'm assuming Jason Black PBR, but
yeah.
they
Because
stole that
like
from
when
them.
people say B1, a lot of people mean some different things. You know.
I mean, like, nigga, why are you obsessed with me, man? I'm gonna start playing. Eric, like, I should unblock you so I could, if I wouldn't have got demonetized for it, I would play that song with Mariah Carey.
But
Anyway,
you know what though? You know what though? A lot of that the questions come from the you niggas are just talking crowd too. You know those type. We're just
but then don't
talking.
worry about it. Like,
We're up here just wasting our time. I mean,
then why are you wasting your time with
I mean,
us?
but that's just based off me
Well, I
though.
mean,
That's not based
for
off.
the people that
That
do
usually
that,
comes
yeah.
from. That's just based off. I'm bringing that up. I mean, I'm not saying that this is necessarily Mr. JoJo's view.
No, but I have people like that that say that on my channel, and then I tell them, so why are you listening? Like, why do you listen? Because there are people I know, like Dante and stuff, that's unsubscribed. It's like, why do you listen? Why do you listen to me? And I'm not talking about somebody just come in and say that and leave. I'm talking about people that they, like, for instance, Sir Ism has been here for about 15 minutes. He's been here just for this particular purpose to talk to me and tell me I don't have a woman.
All right. Well, I also say this to Sir Ism's credit. He has been to this channel before. I mean, I don't. He might be here just for that specific purpose, and I mean that back and forth is between you as men. But Sir Ism has been here before. I kind of
He's
allow
been in a
things.
lot of places before.
Yeah, yeah. So I do kind of allow the back and forth to go on. I mean, it ain't. I'm not going to be one of these content creators that's just going to, oh my God, you triggered me. Time that son of a bitch out.
No, like,
No, I'm
I
not gonna
look,
do that.
yeah, I get all that. Like, I'm not saying to do that, and you should look in the private because But my point is, my greater point is that you have folks just even asking that question. It's like, number one, okay, let's say I talk about women and I get no pussy. I'm an incel. I'm all of this. Why is what I talk about so threatening? That's what I need to know. There's a whole bunch of fat females or fat dudes that don't do nothing and talk about whatever they want to talk about. Like, but the fact that you need, it's like you have a need to shut down what I'm saying. It means I have this influence that's very threatening to you, and I don't understand that.
Mm.
Like, I really don't understand that shit. I don't. Like, you got people that's got 200,000 subs or 300,000 subs to talk about. I don't get that. And so it's like, I'm really wanting to know, like, why do you do what you do? And what is it about me that has you, like, waking up in cold sweats and shit? Like, for
Well,
real.
well, Ed, you, you, and I will say we, because I do it too. We represent a space that is under a huge amount of scrutiny at this point. And it a lot of the criticism does come from outside sources. A lot of the criticism comes from people who have actually listened to us speak. And we, as a people, we usually go for the knee-jerk reaction. When we talk, we go for the things that we don't like. If I could say 10 or 15 great things, but if I say one bad thing, our people are likely to default to the one bad thing and make thus our content. That's what it's all about. So if I say, if I have 15 black men need to straighten up conversations and we need to do better and get on our square, and I have one conversation that says that these bitches ain't shit, guess where everybody's gonna go? Oh, I knew you manosphere niggas. Oh, these bitches ain't shit, blah, blah, blah. And, that's just what it is. I'm used to it because I had a space before, and I was about to tell you about this space. It's like I could did all the networking on the planet and tell people, and have these positive posts, but most of the crowd is going to go gravitate toward the fuckery. Every time a female says something stupid, everybody's right there. Instead of the post that like people trying to network their businesses, people are trying to make a positive impact, they don't want to go to those posts. They didn't want to participate. They didn't want to comment. They didn't want to talk to each other like that. They only wanted to go to the post where the people were saying the stupid shit. So for people to put questions like that on us, ask the goddamn crowd. Why they don't go to more useful, more positive, more productive broadcasts. Like they put it on us to be positive, but then they go to everybody else for the fuckery.
No, absolutely.
And like I'm not about that fuckery, okay? I do hold people accountable, both male and female. A lot of people don't like when you hold the females accountable, period. And I mean like and it's not like that's every conversation for me. I try to switch it up, but I'm like I don't want to have to catch myself in a position to explain that to people all the time. I just say, hey, like, look, take an overview of my content. Don't pick out the videos you don't like because I'm going to drop some links like a motherfucker. Like, I have talked about racist white folks. Oh, yeah, and that's a conversation that a lot of black people don't want to show up for. Like, I've had a couple videos where racists try to sit up there and try to call themselves being snide with me. And I'm like, where are all these black people? All of a sudden that talk about, racism and Becky and Karen and, these white men are so fucking powerful. Where are you then? It's like we have like I have a diverse amount of content on my channel. It's not just these streams. It's not just the news. The news stories for the most part, because where else would I get this information from? Yeah. So you need to check out my content, and you need to check out all these Manosphere content creators' content. And I mean, and the audience can make the assessment for themselves. But to sit up there and it's just like, what are you doing for the community? Why y'all ain't getting together on saving the community? All this other crap. I mean, shit. Whenever there is an attempt for a brother to do something in real society, how do people react to that brother? Does he get all the support on the planet? Even if he backs it financially, are black people getting behind it? 9 times out of 10, the answer is goddamn no. It's a no. They always try to find some fault in it. And especially if his woman pulls up and she's not black.
Oh, they're going to have a fit, bro.
They're going to have a goddamn fit. They're going to focus on that completely. Robert Smith pays for an entire college class student debt. And, even if he did it as a
white chick.
And even if he did it as a tax write-off, there's a classroom of guys walking around here debt free, which is putting money back into the community. The only thing Negroes wanted to concentrate on was his white wife. So when you got other brothers who ain't exactly married to white women seeing that shit and seeing that we concentrate on the wrong fucking shit, then is that going to make those brothers reluctant to help or jump in when they fucking cape and say, I don't care about any of this criticism. I'm going to help this dying ass community.
Well, they're going to push back more now. And it really gives the further excuse if you think about Kev. Not saying man shouldn't contribute, either if he has a non-black wife, wherever the case be. I mean, you got to contribute any way you can. And like I said, in this community, it's backwards. A lot of things we do anyway, so.
All right, I'm tired of the bullshit. No, I'm playing. No, I am tired though. But anyway, before I let y'all go, what did you think about the music video he did with Future, Kevin Samuels?
Kevin Samuels does what Kevin Samuels does. I haven't watched the video yet, and I know a lot of people feel one way or another. But more success to him. I'm not against a black man being successful.
Yeah, I watch it for interest.
I mean, but I'm not like, oh my God, Kevin Samuels in Future. Oh my God, like I'm not like that. I'm.
No, I mean it's we talk about other shit. So fuck. Might as well. As far as in other news, I mean, shit, y'all got that Black Dimension channel. Um,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
we that's our
that
entertainment
Black
channel.
Dimension joint channel.
Yeah, yeah,
That
we
joint.
we 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 have that channel, and yes, we cover entertainment topics there. I mean, like stuff that comes on TV and in the movies. And although we do cover the regular, mainstay nostalgic stuff, we do try to cover some black stuff too.
Well, I'm gonna
So,
tell you what I was excited about. Oh my God, it came out. That Doctor Strange.
oh,
Oh,
the
you meant
trailer.
the first behind the scene? I mean, the first trailer.
It's
Yo,
the second trailer. Yeah.
bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna be lit with the
They
sci-fi.
better be as long. What it is they want that $1 billion. Now that they know Spider Man got, they say, "Oh yeah, we putting this shit in
Yeah,
May."
Spider Man and pretty
Wait a minute,
much
the
went
last
in.
movie racked up $1 billion, right?
Yeah, they talk.
Yeah.
They want that Doctor Strange to do that too. They like in May, and $1 billion is like shooting a hard target. So,
I mean, they will accomplish it with this movie because this movie brings different elements that's gonna probably open up more to what is to come with continuation of Marvel. You
Yeah,
yeah,
know,
Marvel Cinematic
I
Universe.
mean,
because
If they
think
don't
about
woke
it,
it too much.
after Doctor Strange, what's next in line?
I
We
don't
all
know.
know the Moonlight is coming.
Thor: Love and Thunder's next after Doctor
Yeah, that's
Strange.
that's what everybody waiting for the feminist thing because for the most part, people like Wanda. People like Elizabeth Olsen's her the actress and the character, so they're not really looking for the feminist twist with that. That's when dudes are gonna be looking for. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's that was like pretty much the only trailer. I mean, you had the Jurassic World one that had a lot of the original casts in there. But I know people are talking about this one thing Google did with marketing a phone to black folks, but I got to check that because I didn't see that.
Hey, let me shout out to Gail at Night for the super sticker. I've seen you somewhere before. Yeah, you frequent the space, so
Yeah, Gail
thank you
is
for
everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
man,
thank
she
you for
went
stopping
live
by
tonight.
with your thank you for stopping by with your super sticker. But you know what? It's been like 4 hours. Wow. So we're gonna bring this one to an end. So final statements, everyone, and we'll wrap it up.
Okay,
Ryle
well,
said, "Fuck it."
Rael said, "Fuck this, I'm gone."
No, I get it. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I think honestly, no, not in a bad way. I mean, I do that too sometimes to spare people. I think this space is growing, and I think I want to definitely take advantage of that and capture that. And yes, I do believe in giving back to the space, but I think the whole niche is growing, and there's a lot of opportunity at multiple different levels. And I think it's a great time to be on YouTube, man. I think it really is.
yeah,
But that's it. That's it. Yeah.
yeah. Well, people gotta take advantage now of this shit now while we still can. There should not be no complacency. Oh, Edward jumped out, but like I said, Kev, one thing anybody that's doing content, you always got to keep remember no free attention, no free promotion. But
Hey, hey, don't, hey, beat, hey, I don't want to get flagged because somebody said that they shit was said on this.
oh,
I'm just playing.
yeah, but you get my point that if you
And
get,
hey, by the way, I'll let you finish up. By the way, No Free Attention is a book by Arthur Allen Roger Curry, correct?
yes, and that
Okay. So we have plugged this book and we have credited his name. Arthur Allen Roger Curry wrote this book called No Free Attention. So there, that's where Chaos Rain got it from. So keep your flag fingers away, sir.
well, if he was able to do that, he would do that with Kevin's channel, but we're not going to say. But anyway, um, like I said before, if you get promoted, you get promoted. And I know that most men that's doing content, even myself, there are some things that can be promoted in other spaces, some won't because it will not just fit the narrative. You got to take it as is, and you got to keep put the content out as a man. You can't expect anybody else to give you that promotion freely and hope that you're going to grow. You're going to have to grind, man, and that's fine. I know from the start when I started doing YouTube that this is going to be a very stressful, long food journey just to get just maybe 1K subscribers or even possibly monetization if I want to seek it. That you're going to have to grind and scrap for every little thing. And you're going to be frustrated in this journey. But once you get to that, it's all worth it. And that's one thing I want men to keep in mind. The brothers that put out content like what Ryle said today, they do good works. Now, if they didn't get the support they didn't, that tells you, you were not that type of people, and you should accept it. But the mission stays whole. That if you put out information for the betterment of your brothers, that's where you have to really focus on. That's it. I mean, we're not expecting anybody to love what we do, to share what we do. They prefer that we create content that is going to cause more harm than good. And let's be honest, most men are not going to do that. They're just not going to do that. They're going to stick to their guns and stick to what they want, they think and believe is right, and keep putting out the things that they think is important for your betterment as a black man on social media, YouTube, and etc. And that's my final message.
Okay.
And subscribe to Chaos Rain channel too.
Okay.
Chaos Rain.
All right. Thank you, Chaos Rain, and thank you also to Sir Ism for the super chat. Salute from the Macosphere, Jack. Yeah. All right. Well, I saw you was giving Edward a hard time though, but it's what it is. Look, guys. The whole thing about the space and the space wars, and everybody having criticism about the space and space, and all this other shit it's just I have to come to the realization. I understand myself because I used to jump on people in chats about it. I was like, man, what the fuck you talking about the space? And then I always get the fuck you old busted warrior, old KS follower, and all this other shit. And then I never understood it. But it's just what it is. It's like we have our people who are even tempered and willing to have discussions on a level basis, and we have people who are just reactive and spastic and just want to see the world burn. And you know what? I'm cool with that because we have to, on an individual basis, do the right thing, especially for ourselves. Now, as far as uplifting the more like the more legit content creators that give out great information, quite frankly, that's up to the crowd. I can tell you about the great content creators all day. And it's up to you at the end of the day whether you're going to watch that person's channel, and take in the information that they give. And yes, there are plenty of useful channels in the space, but I got to be brutally honest with you guys. A lot of people do come here for entertainment, and it's mostly at the expense of the content creators. I mean, seriously, if you have a selling point, even if that selling point is bad, turn that bad into a good. You can. For the ones of us that is smarter and want to see the space do some serious shit, then yeah, turn that negative into a positive. Hide your negatives, exploit your positives, all the other shit. But you can't blame anybody else in the space for the way the space is going, because pretty much you have to talk to the audience. You can talk to the content creator, but what you looking like going to the content creator that has like 100, 200, 300 people and saying, hey, you know what, dog, maybe you need to switch up your rhetoric a little bit. Dog, maybe you need not to talk about women so much. And the thing is, when I say I take black people aren't stupid for $40, that was kind of a game show reference. But at the same time, I do believe deep down that our people are not stupid. We're not. Black people are not stupid. Period. So I believe that if you're in this space, you can handle a diverse array of conversations. Now, should the counterproductive people, should the toxic people be called out? Yeah. But make sure your aim is good. That's all I'm saying. I have no problems with constructive criticism of this space right here. No problem at all. If I presented it like it has been a problem, then hey, feel free to leave it in the comment section afterwards. I'll be more than happy to discuss it. I'm not going to back and forth you. I'm not going to argue with you. It's not going to turn into a cavalcade of insults, because that's counterproductive. And I've done that enough on Facebook. Have, insult. You don't want to trade insults with me. Especially if you give me time to think, my imagination is fucking dark. But that's another side of me. I try to present the more adult, more mature side up here. If you don't agree, like I said, put it in the comment section. But I'm not going to make you forcibly agree. This should not be an echo chamber at all. This channel itself should not be an echo chamber. I know 100% of the time I'm not going to get you to agree with everything I say. Just like that JoJo guy. I mean, he may not agree with the way the channel's going, but shit. I mean, I'm not, and this is something that I meant to say while everybody was here. I mean, you can listen to your audience, but your audience is here because of your authenticity. Don't, there might not be a need to change at all. People are here watching me, I believe, because of my authenticity. It's not because I've ever switched up. It's not because I've ever flip-flopped. According to the feedback that I get from people who watch this program, I've been very consistent. And let me answer Phil Brad's question. Brad is a simp. Yes, he is. And I may explain that one day. But I saw you asking the question. I'm, a very small apology for not getting to answer that question earlier. But when you have people who are passionate about delivering their points of view, that has a tendency to happen. So, I mean, I like to appreciate everyone who stepped up on this panel. For those of you who didn't get to speak too much, I'll do. I can admit to my shortcomings. I'll do better with panels in the future. So, but very good discussion, So, anyway, let me look at some of these comments on the way out. Darth Skater, what's going on? Long live the habitual line steppers. Man Cold TV, good to see you. Thing is, you can't be everything for everybody. For YouTube, you got to kind of stay in your lane or pocket to grow. Exactly. Like I said, I know that I didn't get to this point right here, and I still got some room to grow. I know I didn't get to this point right here by being like a O'Shea or being like an angry man. I got to this spot where I am right now by being Kev. And Kev believed that at the end of the day that black people are not stupid. Period. I may say some things that might imply that I may think some people are stupid, but when I go into a conversation or any exchange or any point of view with an adult person, I expect them to comprehend. Period. And then once they say something stupid, if I wall that bitch out, then hey, there's nothing for you to say about it. Period. And we should all be like that. We should not let stupidity slide. Because sooner or later, one day, black people, and that's my people, are going to have to understand that, we got to do something to quell the stupidity. It's not a good look for us. We should hold ourselves in the highest regard and don't wait for another group of people to come around to behave like we hold ourselves in the highest regard either. Shoot. But anyway, anybody that's in that chat right now, if you're an adult, I do not believe that you are stupid. Especially as we just kind of act stupid. But being stupid, no. If you can understand English, then you're not stupid. I don't know. That's a much deeper conversation, because some of y'all believe that some of us are stupid. But okay, let me just put it to you like this. When I speak English to you, don't treat me like and I deliver it in a comprehensible way, it's easy for you to understand. Don't play dumb with me because I will pick up on it really fast. I won't do something violent or anything, but I'm just gonna be like, look, nah, you're not gonna win this one. But I am sleepy and I am just rambling right now. So anyway, thank you for coming by. All right. What did Darth Skater say? He said, man, I'm up, Kev, working on some emulators and saw you were on, had to tune in for the show. Oh, I appreciate it, man. But I will leave this broadcast up um, so people can watch the replay and help this channel grow. Just by being here. Like JoJo said, he saw it because it was in his algorithm. Doesn't exactly meant that he subscribed or anything, but good to see a new face every now and again, and all the existing faces as well, especially people like Indigenous TV, Phil Brad, RPM, God, in Prepper 101. Hurry up and buy. These are people that I see very often. And if I didn't say your name, don't be offended. It's starting to become more names than I can remember, and that's a good thing. That is definitely a good thing. So I appreciate you for stopping by. Hopefully, I see you, most of you, tomorrow night. Long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev we trust. Till the next time.